Section 25 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, Chapter 3. In the neighboring monastery, behind windows and doors closely sealed, solemn prayers of the religious were resounding above the distant noise of Bacchic chants. To drown them, the monks joined their voices in shrill lamentation. "Why, Lord, hast thou abandoned us? Why has thy anger fallen upon thy sheep? Why hast thou given us up in dishonor to the hand of the heathen? Why hast thou let mankind do outrage unto thee?" The ancient words of the prophet Daniel took on an unwonted meaning. "The Lord has delivered us to the evil king, the cunningest in all the earth." Late in the night, when the sun had sunk upon the streets, the monks went back to their cells. Brother Parphenos could not even think of sleeping. His face was pale and gentle, and in his great eyes, clear as a maiden's, perplexity was visible when he spoke about worldly matters. He spoke rarely, indistinctly, and in a fashion so quaint, on topics so childish, that it was difficult to hear him without smiling. Sometimes he laughed without cause, and austere monks would say to him, "What are you cackling at? Is it to please the devil?" Then he would timidly explain that he was laughing at his own thoughts, and thus convince everybody that Parphenos was mad. One great art he possessed, that of illuminating manuscripts, and this art of Brother Parphenos brought to the monastery not only money, but renown in the most distant provinces. Of this he had no suspicion, and if he had been able to understand what reputation means, would rather have been dismayed than delighted. His artistic occupations, which cost him vast pains, Brother Parphenos pushed perfection of detail to an exquisite finish, were not in his eyes a labor, but an amusement. He never said, "I'm going to work," but he always asked of the old Father Superior Pamphilus, who loved him tenderly, "Father, give me your blessing. I'm going to play." And when he had mastered some difficult combination of ornament, he would clap his hands in self-congratulation. Brother Parphenos so enjoyed the solitude and calm of night that he had learned to work by lamplight. He used to say that the colors took on unexpected shades, and that the yellow light did no harm to drawings in the realm of pure fancy. In his narrow cell, Parphenos lighted the earthen lamp and placed it on a plank among his little flasks, fine brushes, and color boxes of vermilion, silver, and liquid gold. He crossed himself cautiously, dipped his brush, and began to paint the outspread tails of two peacocks above a frontispiece. The golden peacocks on a green field were drinking at a streamlet of turquoise, with raised beaks and outstretched necks. Other rolls of parchment lay by him, unfinished. His world was a supernatural and charming world. Bordering the text of the page ran an embroidery of fabulous creations, a fairy architecture of fantastic trees and animals. Parphenos thought of nothing while he created these things, but a happy serenity transformed his face. Hellas, Assyria, Persia, the Indies, Byzantium idealized, and the troubled vision of future worlds, of all peoples, and of all ages. These mingled in the paradise of the monk, and shone with a glitter as of jewels round the initial letters of the holy books. This one represented the baptism. St. John was pouring water on the head of Christ, and at his elbow the pagan god of rivers was amiably tilting a water jar, while the former proprietor of the bank, that is to say, the devil, held a towel in readiness to offer the Savior after the ceremony. Brother Parphenos in his innocence had no fear of the old gods. They used to amuse him. He regarded them as long ago converted to Christianity. He never failed to place the god of mountains, in the shape of a naked youth, on the summit of every hill. When he was drawing the passage of the Red Sea, a woman holding an oar symbolized the sea, and a naked man inscribed Bodos stood for the abyss engulfing Pharaoh, while on the bank sat a melancholy woman in a tan-colored tunic denoting the desert. Here, there, and everywhere, in the curve of a horse's neck, the fold of a robe, the simple pose of a god lying on his elbow, were evidences of antique grace and simplicity. But on this night his play interested the artist no more. His tireless fingers were shaky, and the smile had left his lips. Listening a while, he opened a cedar wood box, took out an awl used in the binding of books, crossed himself, and, shielding the ruddy flame of the lamp with his hand, noiselessly issued from his cell. It was hot in the silent corridor. No sound was heard but the buzzing of a fly taken in a spider's web. Parphenos went down to the church, which was lighted by a single lamp, placed before the old ivory-carved diptych. Two large sapphires in the aureole of Jesus, who was sitting on the Virgin's arm, had been carried off by the pagans, and transferred to their original setting in the temple of Dionysus. These black hollows in the yellow ivory were to Parphenos wounds in some living body. "No, I cannot bear it," he murmured, kissing the hand of the infant Jesus. "I cannot bear it. 'Twould be better to die." These sacrilegious marks in the ivory tortured and angered him more than outrage on a human being. In a corner of the church he discovered a rope ladder, used in lighting chapel lamps. Carrying this ladder, he went forth into a narrow passage leading to the outer gate, in front of which the fat brother-cellarer, Chores, was snoring on the straw. Parphenos glided past like a shadow. The lock of the door made a grinding noise. Chores sat unblinking, and then rolled round on the straw. Parphenos leapt over a low wall, and found himself in the deserted street, into which the full moon was shining. There was a low roar of the sea. The young monk went along the temple of Dionysus up to a point in which the wall was plunged in shadow. Thence he threw up the rope ladder, so that it hooked itself to the metal pinnacle which decorated the corner. The ladder swung from the claw of a sphinx. The monk clambered by it to the roof. Far off, cocks crew, a dog barked, and then again came silence, measured only by the slow sighings of the sea. Parphenos threw the ladder down the inner wall of the temple, and descended. The eyes of the god, two lengthy sapphires, shone with intense vividness in the moonlight, gazing down on the monk. Parphenos, thrilled by the silence, trembled and crossed himself. He clambered onto the altar where Julian had offered the sacrifice, and his heels felt the warmth of the half-extinguished embers. The monk drew the awl from his pocket. The god's eyes sparkled close to his face, and the artist felt the careless smile of Dionysus and the lovely pose of the body. Even while digging out the sapphires, his admiring hand involuntarily spared the body of the marble tempter. Finally the deed was done. The blinded Dionysus stared horribly on the monk from his hollow orbits. Terror fairly seized Parphenos. It seemed that he was watched. He leapt down from the altar, ran to the rope ladder, climbed, threw it down on the other side of the wall without taking time to fix it properly. This cost him a fall during the latter part of the descent. With crimson face and clothes ragged and disordered, but gripping the precious sapphires, he slunk furtively across the street and ran to the monastery. The porter did not wake, and Parphenos furtively entered the chapel. At the sight of the diptych, his mind grew calm again. He tried the sapphire eyes of Dionysus into the holes. They fitted admirably, and soon were glittering anew in the aureole of the infant Jesus. He returned to his cell, lit the lamp, and went to bed. Huddling himself up, and hiding his face in his hands, he burst into a fit of muffled laughter, like a child delighted at some piece of mischief and afraid of discovery. He then straightway fell sound asleep. When he awoke, the morning waves of the Propentic were shining through the small barred window, and the pigeons cooing and shaking their wings. The laughter of the previous night was still in the heart of Parphinus. He ran to the painting table and contentedly looked at his unfinished arabesque of the earthly paradise. Adam and Eve were seated in a meadow, glittering in the sunlight. It was a vellum tapestry of purple, blue, and gold. And so the little monk worked on, innocently investing the body of Adam with the proud antique beauty of young Dionysus. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, Chapter 4. The celebrated sophist Hecobulus, court professor of eloquence, had begun to climb the ladder of promotion at the very lowest rungs. He had been a servant attached to the temple of Astarte at Hierapolis. At 16, having stolen some articles of value, he escaped to Constantinople, lived with the dregs of the populace, soaked in every kind of rascality. Later he took to the high roads, where, roving on ass-back from village to village, he lived from hand to mouth, in company both with respectable pilgrims and with bands of brigands, sacrificers to Dindamini, that goddess beloved of the people. Finally he reached the school of Priamedes, the rhetorician, and soon became a teacher of eloquence himself. During the last years of Constantine the Great, when the Christian religion became fashionable at court, Hecobulus became a Christian. The clergy showed him sympathy, but Hecobulus, though never inopportunely, changed his form of creed as the wind blew. From Arian he became Orthodox, from Orthodox Arian, and every conversion raised him a step in office. The clergy pushed him up this ascent, and in turn he lent the clergy a helping hand. His head grew gray, he became pleasantly corpulent, his sage speeches more and more honeyed and insinuating, his cheeks more rosy, his eyes more kindly and brilliant. At moments an evil irony sparkled in them, as of some cold and arrogant spirit, but the eyelids would promptly drop and the sparkle vanish. All his habits were clerical. He was a strict observer of fasts and an exquisite judge of cookery. His lean diet was more refined than the most sumptuous course of holiday feeding, just as his ecclesiastical witticisms were keener than the frankest pleasantries of the pagans. He used to be served with a cooling drink made of beetroot and savored with delicious spices. Many thought it preferable to wine. When denied ordinary wheaten bread, he invented cakes of a desert manna, with which, it is said, Pachomius fed himself in Egypt. Ill-natured folk insinuated that Hecobulus was a libertine, and quaint tales were told about him at Constantinople. A young woman avowed to her confessor that she had fallen from chastity. "It is a great sin. And with whom were you guilty, my daughter?" "With Hecobulus, father." The priestly visage cleared up. "With Hecobulus? Ah, really? Well, the holy man is devoted to the church. Repent, my daughter, the Lord will forgive." Such anecdotes were mere tittle-tattle, but his thick red lips were a trifle too prominent in the respectable shorn visage of the dignitary, although he usually kept them tightly closed, with an expression of monastic humility. Women were fond of his company. Sometimes Hecobulus used to disappear for several days. No one fathomed the mystery, for he kept his own counsel. Neither servant nor slave accompanied him on these enigmatic journeys, from which he would return calm and refreshed. Under the Emperor Constantius he received the appointment of court rhetorician, with a superb salary, the senatorial laticlave, and the blue shoulder ribbon, a distinction of the highest dignitaries. Nor was his ambition satisfied. But at the moment when Hecobulus was preparing to mount a step higher, Constantius unexpectedly died. Julian, the Church's enemy, ascended the throne. Heliogabalus lost no whit of his presence of mind. He merely did what many others were doing, but did it neither too soon nor too late. Julian, in the first days of his reign, organized a theological controversy in his palace. A young doctor of philosophy, esteemed by everybody for his uprightness and noble nature, Caesar of Cappadocia, brother of the famous theologian Basil the Great, undertook the defense of the Christian faith against the emperor himself. In such tournaments of learning, Julian authorized an entire independence of language, and even liked to be answered with passion and complete disregard of rank. Discussion was of the keenest kind, and considerable numbers of sophists, priests, and men of science were present. Usually the opponent, little by little, gave way, yielding not to the logic of the Greek philosopher, but to the majesty of the Roman emperor. But on this occasion it was not so. Caesar of Cappadocia did not yield. He was a young man, almost feminine in the grace of his movements, and with a steady clearness in his frank eyes. He denominated the Platonic philosophy the tortuous wisdom of the serpent, contrasting it with the heavenly wisdom of the gospel. Julian frowned, bit his lips, bridling his anger with difficulty. The argument, like all sincere discussions, ended without results, and the emperor, recovering his self-possession, quitted the hall with a philosophic jest, and a face of smilingly regretful magnanimity, in reality pierced to the heart. Precisely at this moment, Heliogabalus the rhetorician came up. Julian, who considered him an enemy, asked him, "What do you want?" Heliogabalus fell on his knees, and began a confession of repentance. For long, he said, he had hesitated, but the reasonings of the emperor had finally convinced him. He cursed the dark Galilean superstition, and his heart returned to the remembrance of his childhood and the bright gods of Olympus. The emperor raised the old man, and, scarcely able to speak with emotion, pressed him convulsively to his bosom, and kissed him on his shaven cheeks and thick red lips. His eyes sought out Caesar of Cappadocia to feast on his opponent's humiliation. Julian kept Heliogabalus near him for several days, repeating everywhere the story of his conversion, proud of his disciple as a child of a new toy, as a youth of his first mistress. The emperor desired to give some court place of honor to his new friend, but Heliogabalus flatly refused, alleging himself to be unworthy such distinction. He had decided to prepare his soul for the virtue of the Olympians by a long novitiate, and to purge his heart of Galilean impiety by personal service to one of the old gods. Julian therefore nominated him chief sacrificial priest of Bithynia and Paphlagonia. Persons bearing this title were called by the pagans archiepiscopes. The Archbishop Heliogabalus thus governed 2 Asiatic provinces. Having taken the new way, he pursued it with as much success as the old, and even contributed to the conversion of many Christians to Hellenism. Heliogabalus became the high priest to the celebrated Phoenician goddess, Astarte Atargatis, where in childhood he had served as a slave. This temple was built halfway between Chalcedon and Nicomedia, on a lofty promontory running out into the Propontic Sea. The place was called Gargarus. Pilgrims came thither from all corners of the earth to adore Aphrodite Astarte, goddess of life and love. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, Chapter 5. In one of the halls of his palace at Constantinople, Julian was busy with affairs of state. Between the porphyry columns on the terrace, looking out on the Bosphorus, lay a sparkling view of the pale blue sea. The young emperor was seated at a round marble table, covered with papyri and rolls of parchment. Silentiaries of the palace stooped over the table, scribbling audibly with reed pens. Some had a sleepy expression, not being accustomed to get up at such an early hour. Standing a little aloof, behind the colonnade, two men were exchanging observations in a low voice. These were Jacobulus and Julius Mauritius, an official with an intelligent, bilious countenance. This elegant court skeptic, amidst general superstition, was one of the last admirers of Lucian, the satirist of Samos, author of stinging dialogues, in which he railed so pitilessly at all the idols of Olympus and Golgotha, every tradition of Greece and Rome. Julian was dictating a document to the chief priest of Galicia, Arsacius. "Do not allow the sacrificial priests to frequent the theater, to drink in taverns, or follow low trades. Respect the obedient, punish the unfaithful. In every town cause guest houses to be built for pilgrims, who should therein find ample charity. Not only for Hellenist pilgrims, but for all, to whatever profession of faith they may belong. We ordain to be distributed in Galicia 30,000 measures of wheat, 120,000 gallons of wine. Distribute a fifth part amongst the poor living near the temple, the rest amongst pilgrims and the sick. It is shameful that the Hellenists starve, when the Jews have not a beggar amongst them, and the Galileans feed both their own poor and ours. They act like those who entice children with sweetmeats, beginning by hospitality, inviting to feasts of brotherly love. Little by little they finish by fasts, flagellations, madness, deaths of martyrs, and the horror of hell. Such are the customary means of those enemies of the human race who call themselves Christians and brothers. Combat them by charity, given in the name of the eternal Olympian gods. Announce in all cities and villages that such is my heartfelt will. If I learn that you have acted according to my decree, my favor shall be with you. Explain to the citizens that I hold myself in readiness to come to their help at any moment, in all circumstances. But if they desire to obtain my favors, let them bow before Dindamene, the great Cybele, mother of the gods, and let them give glory unto her throughout all peoples, throughout all time." He wrote the concluding words with his own hand. Breakfast was served: bread, cheese, fresh olives, and a light white wine. Julian ate and drank without ceasing work. But suddenly he turned, and pointing to the golden plate of olives, asked his favorite slave, who had been brought by him from Gaul, and invariably served him at table, "Why this gold plate? Where is the other, in earthenware?" "Pardon, sire, it is broken." "Broken to pieces?" "No, at the edge only." "Bring it here." The slave ran to get the plate in question. "It can be used for a long time yet," said Julian. He smiled. "My friends, I have long observed that the broken outlasts the new. I confess I have a fancy for cracked things. They have the charm of old friends. I fear novelty and hate change." And he laughed heartily at himself. "You see what philosophy lies in a broken plate." Julius Mauritius twitched Jacobulus by the sleeve. "Did you hear? That's his character. He keeps his cracked plates in expiring gods, and that is how a world's destiny is decided." Julian had become completely absorbed in edicts and laws for reform. In every city of the empire it was his wish to found schools, lectureships, debating halls, special forms of prayer, and philosophic sermons, refuges for the upright, and for those who desired to devote themselves to philanthropic meditation. "What?" whispered Mauritius to Jacobulus. "Monasteries in honor of Aphrodite and Apollo? A new horror." "Yes, my friend, with the aid of the gods we shall accomplish it all," concluded the emperor. "The Galileans want to convince the world that they have a monopoly of brotherly love, although it belongs to all philosophers, whatever be the gods they revere. My task in the world is to preach a new love, a love free and glad as the very sky of the Olympians." Julian glanced around at those present, but on the faces of his dignitaries did not find what he sought. Deputations from the Christian professors of rhetoric and philosophy at this moment entered the hall. An edict forbidding Christian teachers to give instruction in classical eloquence had recently appeared. The Christian grammarians had therefore to renounce their faith or quit their schools. Scroll in hand, one of these teachers approached the emperor. He was a thin little man with a confused manner, bearing a strong likeness to a parrot. Two raw and awkward pupils accompanied him. "Beloved of the gods, have pity on us!" Julian interrupted. "What's your name?" "Papirian, a Roman citizen." "Well, understand, my dear Papirian, I bear no grudge against you. On the contrary, remain Galilean." The old man fell at the emperor's feet and kissed them. 40 years I have been teaching grammar. I know Homer and Hesiod better than anyone else." "What do you want?" asked Augustus sternly. "Sir, I have 6 children. Don't rob me of my last crust. My pupils like me. Ask them if I teach anything harmful." Emotion prevented Papirian from continuing his speech, and he pointed to his pupils, who, not knowing where to put their hands, stood together staring and blushing. "No, my friends," said the emperor, gently but firmly, "the law is just. To my mind, it is absurd that Christian teachers, in explaining Homer, should expound away the gods of whom Homer sang. If you believe that our wise men composed mere fables on the subject of our gods, you should go to your churches and expound Matthew and Luke. And note, Galileans, all is done in your own interest." One of the rhetoricians muttered, "In our interest? We shall starve." "Do you not fear profanation by what is worse than starvation, lying wisdom? You say, 'Blessed are the poor in spirit.' Be then poor in spirit. Perhaps you imagine that I am ignorant of your teaching? I know it better than you do. I see in the Galilean commandments depths you have never dreamed of. But let each take his own path. Leave us our frivolous learning and philosophy, our poor literary knowledge. What have these poisoned streams to do with you? Yours is a higher wisdom. We own the earthly kingdom, and you the kingdom of heaven. That's no small thing for humble folk like you. Dialectic and logic leads to free thinking or heresies. Be then in good sooth simple as children. The ignorance of the fishermen of Capernaum is above all the Platonic dialogues, is it not? All the wisdom of the Galileans is summed in the word believe. Ah, rhetoricians, if you were true Christians, you would bless our edict. At this moment it is not your souls, but your bodies which rebel, your bodies which find sweetness in sinfulness. That is all I have to say to you, and I hope that you will learn to agree with me, and that you will find that the Roman Emperor is more anxious for your soul's salvation than you are yourselves." Julian calmly threaded his way through the crowd of unhappy rhetoricians, contented with his speech. But Papirian, still kneeling, tore his hair. "Why, Queen of Heaven, dost thou suffer such things to be?" And the 2 scholars, seeing their master's distress, with clumsy fists brushed the tears from their eyes. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Bunbury. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, Chapter 6. Julian remembered the eternal conflicts between Orthodox and Arians under Constantius at the Council of Milan, and designing to profit by that animosity, he decided to follow the example of his Christian predecessors and convoke an ecumenical council. On one occasion, in a private conversation, he had declared that, instead of persecuting the Galileans, he wished to give them full freedom of faith, and to call back from exile Donatists, Cecilians, Masonius, Montanus, and other heretics banished by the councils of Constantine and Constantius. He thought that there was no better means of abolishing Christianity. You will see, my friends, when all the sectaries shall have returned, such strife will be kindled between these brethren that they will begin to torture each other like birds of prey loosed from their cage into the arena of the circus. They will bring shame upon their master's name more quickly and effectually than I could by any persecutions or martyrdoms. And so Julian sent into all parts of the empire edicts authorizing the banished to return. The wisest Galilean teachers were at the same time invited to come to the palace of Constantinople for a religious discussion, but the majority of those invited were unaware of the subject to be discussed, the wording of the letters being skillfully vague. Guessing some trick, many, pleading sickness, failed to present themselves. The blue morning sky seemed dark against the dazzling whiteness of the double colonnade surrounding the court known as the Atrium of Constantine. White pigeons were fluttering here and there in the sky with gleeful beating of wings. In the center of the court stood the statue of Venus Callipyge in warm and beautiful marble. The monks passing by her turned away, hiding their eyes, but the tender temptress remained, for all that, in their midst. Not without purpose had Julian chosen this situation for the Galilean council. The dark robes of the religious appeared blacker still, their starvation-dulled faces more meager. Each strove to wear an air of indifference and presumption, feigning not to see his enemy at his elbow, yet casting stealthy glances of curiosity and contempt. "Holy Mother of God, what is this? Whither are we fallen?" said the old Bishop Eustace with profound emotion. "Let me pass out, soldiers." "Gently, gently, my friend," answered the centurion lance-bearers, the barbarian Dagalaif, politely keeping him from the door. "I'm choking in this pit of heresy. Let me pass." "By the will of Augustus, everyone here has come to the council," responded Dagalaif, inflexibly keeping him back. "But this is not a council. It is a den of thieves." Among the Galileans, some cheerful persons began to laugh at the provincial manners and the strong Armenian accent of Eustace, who, losing courage, quieted down and slipped into a corner, muttering, "Lord, Lord, how have I offended thee?" Evander and Nicomedia also quickly repented of having come, and of having led thither brother Juventinus, a disciple of Didymus, who had but newly arrived at Constantinople. Evander was one of the greatest dogmatists of his time, a man of profound and lucid intellect. He had lost his health, had grown prematurely old over his books. He was almost blind, and his short-sighted eyes worn out with fatigue. Innumerable heresies besieged his brain, leaving him no sleep, or tormenting in his dreams, ever tempting him by their dread subtleties. Evander used to collect heresies as one might collect jewels or scientific rarities, in an immense manuscript entitled Against Heresy. He hunted for them greedily, imagined those that might be in existence, and the better he refuted, the more he was attracted towards them. Sometimes he would entreat God to grant him simple faith, and God would refuse him simplicity. In ordinary life he was timid, simple, and offenceless as a child. For rascals to deceive Evander was as easy as breathing, and on this score the mockers told 100 stories against him. Plunged in doctrinal dreams, the bishop continually found himself in awkward situations. In one of these fits of abstraction he had come to this singular council, without thinking why he went thither, but attracted by the hope of lighting on a new heresy. Now his face was twitching with annoyance as he shaded his weak eyes against the too bright rays of the sun, longing to be back amongst his books in his little twilight chamber. Evander kept Juventinus at his side, and warned him against temptation by criticizing various heresies. In the center of the hall a vigorous old man was striding up and down. He had high cheekbones and thick gray hair. It was the septuagenarian Bishop Properus, recalled from exile by Julian. Neither Constantine nor Constantius had succeeded in stifling the Donatist heresy. For 50 years past, streams of blood had flowed in Africa by reason of the unjust deposition of Donatus in favor of Cecilian, or of Cecilian in favor of Donatist, nor could any augury be made as to the final issue of this fratricidal strife. Juventinus noticed that the Sicilian bishop who was passing in front of Properus brushed the vestments of the Donatus with the corner of his chasuble. The latter turned fiercely round with a growl of disgust, and, taking the stuff between 2 fingers, shook it several times before the eyes of everybody. Evander informed Juventinus in a low voice that when a Sicilian happened to enter Donatist congregation, he was hunted out, and the flags touched by his feet were washed with salt water. Behind Properus, dogging him step by step, walked his faithful bodyguard, an enormous half-savage African, brown-skinned, terrible, flat-nosed, and thick-lipped, the Deacon Leona. He was armed with a cudgel gripped tightly in his nervous hands. He was an Ethiopian peasant belonging to the self-mutilating sect called Circumcellions. Weapon in hand, these sectarians would run along the high roads offering money to passers-by in return for destruction, adding, "Kill us or we will kill you." In the name of Christ, the Circumcellions mutilated themselves, burned themselves, drowned themselves, but never would hang themselves, because Judas was hanged. They declared that suicide for God's glory washed all sin from the soul, and the people looked on them as martyrs. Before death, they abandoned themselves to all pleasures, ate, drank, and offered violence to women. A great number refrained from using swords, Christ having forbidden it. But on the other hand, they felled heretics and pagans with huge bludgeons, according to the Scriptures, and with consciences at ease. While spilling blood, they would cry, "Glory be to God." And the peaceful inhabitants lived more in terror of this religious cry than of war trumpets or the roarings of a lion. The Donatists considered the Circumcellions as their guardians, and these Ethiopian peasants, finding theological controversies hard to understand, the Donatists would point out beforehand those whom they were to strike according to the Scriptures. Evander directed the attention of Juventinus on a handsome youth whose tender and ingenuous expression seemed almost that of a young girl. He was a Cainite. "Blessed be our tameless brothers, Cain, Shem, the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah," preached the Cainites. "They are seeds of high wisdom, of reason divine. Come to us, all ye hunted, reprobate, revolted. Blessed be Judas. He alone among the apostles was initiated in the higher knowledge. He betrayed Christ that he might die and rise again, because he knew the death of Christ would save the world. He who is initiated in our wisdom can transgress all limits, daring all, despising matter, trampling all fear underfoot, and giving himself up to all sins and delight of the sense, attain that disgust for matter which is the final purity of the soul. Look, Juventinus, there is a man who believes himself above archangels and seraphim, said Evander, waving his hand towards a young and sprightly Egyptian, who held himself aloof from everyone, an ironic smile on his lips, which were painted like those of a courtesan. He was dressed in the latest Byzantine vogue, his white hands loaded with rings. His name was Cassiodorus, and he was a Valentinian. In the Christians, affirmed the arrogant Valentinians, there is a soul, as in animals, but there is no mind, as in us. We alone are initiated into the mysteries of the Gnosis and of the divine plenum. It follows, therefore, that we alone are worthy to call ourselves human. All others are, as it were, pigs and dogs. Cassiodorus would say to his disciples, "You should know everyone, but no one should understand you. Before the profane, deny the Gnosis. Be dumb and despise evidences of the gospel. Despise professions of faith and martyrdoms. Love silence and mystery. Be for your enemy as invisible, elusive, and inviolable as the immaterial forces. Ordinary Christians need good actions for their salvation, but those who possess the highest knowledge of God, the Gnosis, need not perform these actions. We are the sons of light, they the sons of darkness. We fear not sin because we know that sin is needful to the material body and even to the immaterial soul. We are placed so high, let our faults be what they will, we cannot err. Our hearts remain chaste in the lights of matter as pure gold keeps its brightness in the mud." Elsewhere, Juventinus saw an old man with a hang-dog expression and a squint, the Adamite prodic, explaining his teaching in a loud voice. He believed in restoring the innocence of the first Adam. The Adamites performed their mysteries in a church warmed like a bath and called the Eden. Like our first ancestors, they evinced no shame in the absence of clothes, and assevered that among themselves all men and women were noted for lofty modesty, although the innocence of these paradisiac assemblies had sometimes been questioned. At the elbow of the Adamite prodic, a woman, pale-faced, gray-haired, and proud, her eyes half shut with fatigue, was sitting on the ground. She wore episcopal garb. She was the prophetess of the Montanists. Yellow-skinned Copts were tending her devotedly, gazing on her with solicitude and calling her heavenly dove. Consuming themselves for years in ecstasies of impossible love, they preached the duty of bringing humanity to an end through the practice of continence. Scattered in numerous bands on the burning hills of Phrygia, near the ruins of Papusa, these pallid dreamers would remain sitting motionless day after day, their eyes fixed on the horizon, on which the Savior was to appear. On foggy evenings above the grey plain, in the clouds and the rays of melting gold, they would catch visions of the glory of God, the new Zion descending upon earth, Year after year they would wait, dying at last in the hope that the celestial kingdom was just about to descend upon the ruins of Papusa. Sometimes lifting her wearied eyelids and with troubled gaze fixed in the distance, the prophetess was murmuring in Syriac, Maranatha, the Lord is coming, and her Coptic servants bowed towards her, the better to hear. Juventus listened to the explanations of Evander. All this resembled some wild and torturing dream. His heart shivered under a bitter flood of pity. Silence was at last restored. All looks turned towards the same spot at the opposite extremity of the court, where Julian was standing. His face was clear and firm, and he wore an air of assumed indifference. His garb was the simple white chalamise of the philosophers. "Old men and masters," said Augustus, addressing the assembly, "we have thought it well to give evidence of our indulgence and compassion to all subjects who profess the Galilean teaching. For those who are gone astray, it is better to feel compassion than hatred, better to lead the obstinate to the truth by exhortation, and in no wise by harryings, blows, or corporeal tortures. Wishing to restore peace to the world so long troubled by religious discord, I have called you, O learned Galileans, together. We shall hope that under our protection you will give an example of those lofty virtues which befit your wisdom and your spiritual divinity." So, with the easy gestures of a practiced speaker, he began a speech prepared beforehand, but the benevolent words were not lacking in ironic allusion. He made it clear he had not forgotten the stupid and coarse altercations that had taken place under Constantius at the Council of Milan. He mentioned, with an evil smile, those audacious persons who, regretting that they were no longer allowed to persecute or martyrize their brethren, had urged the ignorant populace into rebellion, poured oil on fire, and attempted to fill the world with fratricidal madness. These were the real enemies of humanity, and guilty of the greatest evil of all, namely anarchy. And he finished his harangue by the following unexpected words: "We have called back from banishment your brothers, who had been hunted forth from the councils of Constantine and Constantius, because we desire to give liberty to all citizens of the Roman Empire. And for the complete suppression of discord, we confide to you, wise teachers, the duty of settling for Galileans a single and unique profession of faith. It is to this end that we have convoked you in our palace. Judge now and authoritatively decide. In order to afford you full freedom of speech, we will withdraw and await your wise decision." Before anyone had time to grasp the situation or to answer this strange discourse, Julian, surrounded by his philosophic friends, left the court and disappeared. Everybody was dumb. Someone uttered a long sigh, and in the general silence the beating of pigeons' wings and the rippling of the fountain alone were audible. Suddenly, on the raised marble dais, which had served as a tribune for Julian, appeared the kindly old man at whose provincial bearing and Armenian accent everyone had laughed. His face was red, his eyes burning with vehemence. The emperor's speech had offended the old bishop. Filled with fearless religious zeal, Eustace advanced towards the members of the council. "Fathers and brothers," he exclaimed, and his voice was so stern and unshaken that no one thought of laughing at it. "Fathers and brothers, let us part in peace. He who has called us here to seduce and to insult us knows neither the canons of the church nor the rules of the councils. He hates even the name of Jesus. Let us not be a sport to our enemies. Let us restrain all angry words. I entreat you, in the name of the eternal God, let us separate in silence." He pronounced these words in a loud and ringing voice, his eyes fixed on a raised gallery, curtained by purple hangings. The emperor, surrounded by his Hellenist friends, had just appeared there. A murmur of fright and astonishment ran through the assembly. Julian gazed at Eustace, but the old man sustained his gaze. The emperor's face grew dark. At that moment the Donatus Papyrus brutally thrust off the bishop and took his place on the tribune. "Do not listen to him," cried Papyrus. "Do not let us separate, in scorn of the will of Augustus. The Sicilians bear a grudge against him because he has delivered us." "No, in all truth, no, my brothers," protested Eustace. "Leave us, ye accursed. We are not your brothers. We are the wheat ears of God, you the straw destined for the burning." And waving his hand towards the apostate emperor, Papyrus continued in a solemn tone, as if chanting a nuptial song. "Behold our Savior, look on him. Glory, glory to the most compassionate and learned Augustus. Thou shalt trample on the snake and the reptile. Thou shalt conquer the lion, for the angels watch over thee in all thy doings. Hail!" The congregation became unsettled. Some declared that the advice of Eustace must be followed. Others asked to be heard, not wishing to lose the opportunity of expounding their doctrines before a general religious council. Faces kindled and voices rose. Let a Sicilian enter one of our churches now, exulted Properus, and we'll place our hands on his head, not to choose him as our shepherd, but to crack his skull. Many forgot the purpose of the meeting and engaged in subtle discussions, seeking converts. The Basilidian Tryphon, who hailed from Egypt, surrounded by curious hearers, exhibited a transparent chrysolith amulet, bearing the mysterious word Abraxa. He who shall understand the meaning of the word Abraxa, Tryphon was saying to the group around him, shall receive all freedom, shall become an immortal, and tasting all sins be sullied by none. Abraxa represents by letters the number of the mountains in heaven, 365. Above the 365 celestial spheres, above the hierarchies of the angels and archangels, there is a certain nothingness, nameless, and more beautiful than any light, a motionless and sterile nothingness. The motionless and sterile nothingness is in your own stupid head, growled an Arian bishop, striding straight up to Tryphon. The Gnostic, according to his custom, became silent, locking his lips in a contemptuous smile and raising a forefinger. Wisdom, wisdom, he ejaculated and vanished in the crowd. The prophetess of Papusa, among her ancient copts, stood up, terrible pale, half swooning, and groaned, as if her troubled eyes saw nothing, as if her ears heard nothing. Maranatha, the Lord is coming. The disciples of the youth Epiphanes, a pagan demigod or Christian martyr, worshipped in the oratories of Cephalonia, were declaiming brotherhood and equality. There are no laws but these. Destroy all. Let all be in common, women, lands, riches, like earth, air, and sun. The Ophites, serpent worshippers, raised above their heads a cross, round which a tame adder was coiling. The wisdom of the serpent, they said, gives man a knowledge of good and evil. Behold the Saviour, Ophiomorphos, the serpentiform. Fear nothing, hearken to him, taste the forbidden fruit, and ye shall be even as gods. Perfumed and curled Marcosianist, lifting on high a crystal cup full of water with the skillful gestures of a juggler, invited curiosity. Look at this miracle. The water is going to boil and be turned into blood. The Colobasians were there, counting their fingers with inconceivable celerity and demonstrating that all the numbers of Pythagoras, every mystery of heaven and earth, were comprised in the letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha, Omega, the beginning and the end, and between them the Trinity, Beta, Gamma, Delta, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You see how simple it is? Fabianites, gluttonous Capocratians, debauched Barbelonites stood up, preaching such follies that hearers possessing a vestige of morality put their fingers in their ears. Many strove to move their audiences by the attractive force over the imagination possessed by madness and monstrosity. Every man was certain of his own gospel, yet all were enemies. Even the minute sect, hidden in the remote provinces of Africa, the Rogationists, were certain that Christ, returning upon earth, would find the true comprehension of the gospel only amongst themselves, in a few Mauritanian villages and nowhere else. Evander of Nicomedia, forgetting Juventinus, could scarcely scribble down the new heresies on his tablets fast enough, happy as a collector who has lit upon a new set of trinkets. And meantime, in the upper gallery, the young emperor, surrounded by his white-robed philosophic friends, was gazing down upon the maddened tumult with malign satisfaction. The Pythagorean Proclus, Nymphidian, Priscus, Odysseus, old Iamolichus, the pious bishop Hecobolus were at his side. They neither laughed nor jested. Their faces remained almost impassive, and their attitude a becoming one. Only from time to time across their closed lips flitted a furtive and pitying smile. From the shadow of the purple hangings they looked down on the spectacle, as gods must regard the hostilities of men, or circus lovers the beasts of the arena. It was indeed a banquet for Hellenic sages. In the midst of the general confusion, the effeminate young Cainite leapt on the tribune and shouted with such conviction in his voice that everybody turned around, overwhelmed at the impiety. Blessed be rebels against God. Blessed be Cain, Shem, Judas, and the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah. Blessed be their brother, the angel of infinite darkness. The Bishop Properus, who for an hour past had not been able to get a hearing, to relieve his feelings rushed at the Cainite and raised his sinewy hand to close the lips of the blasphemer. A crowd dragged him back. Father, it is unbecoming. Let me be, let me be. I will not endure such abomination, roared Properus. Take this, seed of Cain. And the bishop spat in his face. A general fray followed, which would have enlarged into a battle if Roman soldiers had not intervened. These parted the Galileans with the words, "You must not act so in this place. Have you not got enough churches to fight each other in?" Properus was dragged off and ordered to quit the atrium. He called out, "Leona, deacon, Leona!" The deacon thrust the soldiers aside, fell two of them to the earth, freed Properus, and set the terrible mace of the Circumcellions whirling above the heads of the heresiarchs. "Glory to God!" shouted the African, seeking a victim. Suddenly the club sank out of his loosened hands. All stood petrified. Then a sharp cry, uttered by one of the Coptic servants of the prophetess of Papusa, rent the general hush. Kneeling, his face transfigured by fear, he pointed to the tribune. "The devil! The devil! Look at the prince of evil!" It was Julian the emperor, on the marble dais above the crowd, in his white chlamys, his arms crossed on his breast. Terrible glee burned in his eyes, and to many indeed at that moment the recreant prince appeared dreadful as Satan, his brother. "Is this how you fulfill the law of love, Galileans?" he said to the dumbfounded assembly. "How much your mercy and forgiveness are worth! Verily, the wild animals have more compassion than brethren like you. In the words of your master, woe upon you, lawmakers, because you have taken the key of the house, and, hindering others from entering, have not entered in yourselves. Woe to you, Pharisees!" And enjoying their silence, he added after a pause, "If you cannot rule yourselves, Galileans, I say to you, in order to prevent greater misfortunes, you shall now obey and submit yourselves to me." End of section 28, part 2, chapter 6. Section 29, The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Bunbury. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky, translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, Chapter 7. Just as Julian, leaving the atrium of Constantine, was descending the great flight of steps and proceeding to sacrifice in the direction of the little temple of Tyche, the goddess of happiness, near the palace, the old bishop Maris, blind, white-haired, and bent double, approached him, led by a child. A great crowd had gathered at the foot of the staircase. With a solemn gesture, the bishop stopped the emperor and said to him, "Listen, peoples, tribes, young and old, all that be upon the earth, listen to me. And ye powers above, angels, who will blot out soon this martyr-maker. It is not the Amorite king who shall fall, nor Orgyges, the king of Thebes, but the serpent, the great spirit, the revolted Assyrian, the common enemy, who shall cause a multitude of threats and violences upon earth. Hear, O heaven, and inspire the earth. And thou also, Caesar, listen to my prophecy, for today by my mouth God speaks. Thy days are numbered, soon wilt thou perish, like the dust lifted by the tempest, like the hiss of an arrow, like the noise of thunder, like the swiftness of light. The spring of Cascale shall be dried up forever, and a mockery to us that pass by. Apollo shall become again a worthless idol, Daphne a tree bewept in fable, and the grass shall grow and the temples overturned. O abominations of Sennacherib, so we have foretold it. We Galileans, despised of the earth, adorers of the crucified, ignorant disciples of the fishermen of Capernaum, we, weakened by long fasting, half dead, who struggle in vain, we nevertheless shall overcome you. Unfold to me, imperial sophist, your speeches, your syllogisms, your antithesis, and we shall see how, on our side, ignorant fishermen can speak. David shall chant again, David who with his strange pebbles from the brook slew Goliath. Thanks be to thee, O Lord, the church today is purified by persecution. O pure virgins, kindle your torches, array the bishop with a fair robe, for our ornament is the robe of Christ. The old man almost chanted the last words as in a liturgy, and the crowd with emotion murmured approval. Someone cried out aloud, "Amen." "Have you finished, old man?" asked Julian calmly. The emperor had listened to the long speech imperturbably, as if it had been addressed to someone else. "Here are my hands, executioners. Bind them! Lead me to death! Lord, I accept thy crown!" The bishop raised his faded eyes skyward. "Do you imagine, brave man, that I shall send you to execution?" said Julian. "You are mistaken. I shall bid you to go in peace. In my heart there is no anger whatever against you." "What is he saying?" the crowd asked each other. "Tempt me not. I will not deny Christ. Hence, enemy of mankind. Headsman, lead me to the death. I am ready." "There are no headsmen here, my friend. They are only simple and good folk like yourself. Set your mind at rest. My existence is more wearisome and ordinary than you imagine. I have heard you with curiosity, for I admire eloquence, even when it is Galilean. And how much there was in it, the abomination of Sennacherib, the king of the Amorites, the stones of David and Goliath. The style of your discourse can scarcely be called simple. Read our Demosthenes, Plato, and particularly Homer. These were really simple in their words as children, or gods. Yes, Galileans, learn the greatness of calm from them. God, remember, was not in the tempest, but in the silence. This is all my lesson. This is all my vengeance, since vengeance you must have from me. May God strike thee blind, renegade, began Maris. God's wrath will not give thee back sight by striking me blind, answered Julian. I thank God for my blindness, exclaimed the old man. It does not allow me to see your damned face, apostate. What spitefulness, in so frail a body! You are always speaking of humility and love, Galileans, and yet what hate is in every one of your words! I have just quitted an assemblage where the fathers of the church were ready to fly at each other like wild beasts, and now comes this unbridled speech of yours. Why this hatred? Am I not your brother? Oh, if you knew at this moment how kindly my heart feels towards you! May the Olympians soften your cruel and suffering soul, poor blind man. Go in peace. And remember that the Galileans are not the only men who can pardon. Believe him not, brethren. It is a trick, a snare of the serpent. God of Israel, have no mercy. Paying no attention to the curses of the old man, Julian in his white tunic made his way through the crowd with the haughty bearing of one of the old sages. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2-8. It was a stormy night. At rare intervals, a weak moon ray darted between hurrying black clouds and mingled itself strangely with the throbbings of lightning. A warm, salt-laden wind was blowing violently. On the left shore of the Bosphorus, a horseman was approaching a lonely ruin. In immemorial Trojan times, this fortification had been used as a watchtower. It was now little more than a heap of stones and half-demolished walls, overgrown by tall grass. But at its foot a small chamber still served as shelter to shepherds and poor travelers. Tethering his horse under a dismantled doorway and brushing through the burdock leaves, the rider knocked at a low door. "It is I, Meroe. Open!" An old Egyptian woman opened the door and admitted him to the interior of the tower. The traveler came near a torch, which lighted up his face. He was Julian the Emperor. The two went out, the old woman, who knew the place well, leading Julian by the hand. Parting the briars and thistles, she revealed a low entry in one face of a little ravine in the cliff, and went down the steps within. The sea lay near, and the shock of the waves below made the cliff tremble, but arched rock walls completely sheltered them from the wind. The Egyptian halted. "Here, my lord, is a lamp and the key. You must turn it twice. The monastery door is open. If you meet the guardian brother, fear nothing. I have given him money. Only make no mistake. It is in the upper passage, the third cell to the left." Julian opened the door and took a long time descending a steep slope of huge stone-hewn steps. The tunnel soon became a passage, so narrow that two men could not pass each other in it. This secret way joined the watchtower on the opposite bank of the chasm with a new Christian monastery. Julian emerged high above the sea, but still between steep cliffs, washed by the tide. He began to climb a narrow rocky stair by daylight. Arrived at the summit, he found a brick wall, which he climbed with some difficulty. He found himself in the little cloistered garden. He penetrated farther into a small court, in which the walls were hung with wild roses. The air was full of perfume. The shutters of one of the windows on the ground floor were not closed from within. Julian gently opened them and entered through the window. A gust of imprisoned air filled his nostrils with odors of moisture, incense, mice, medicinal herbs, and fresh apples, with which the cautious nuns had filled their stores. The emperor went along a corridor into which opened 2 rows of doors. He counted the third to the left and softly opened it. An alabaster lamp faintly lighted the cell. He made his breathing as noiseless as possible. A woman, dressed in the dark robe of a nun, lay stretched upon a low bed. She must have fallen asleep during prayer, too weary to undress. Long lashes shadowed the pale cheeks, and the brows wore a slight majestic frown, like the frown of the dead. Julian recognized Arsinoe. She had greatly changed. Her hair alone had remained unaltered. It was still golden brown at its roots, and at its ends pale yellow, like honey standing in the sun. The eyelids trembled. She sighed. Before Julian's remembrance arose that proud body of the young Amazon bathed in light, dazzling as the mellow Parthenon marbles, and with a gesture of irresistible love, Julian stretched out his arms to the nun sleeping under the shadow of the tall black cross. He murmured, "Arsinoe." The girl opened her eyes and gazed at him without astonishment or fear, as if she had known he would come. But returning to herself, she shivered and passed her hand over her forehead. He came near her. "Fear nothing. At a word from you I will go away." "Why have you come?" "I wish to know if indeed—" "What matters it, Julian? We cannot understand each other." "Do you really believe in him, Arsinoe?" She made no answer and lowered her eyes. "Do you remember our night at Athens?" continued the emperor. "Do you remember then how you tempted me, the Galilean monk, as now I am tempting you? The old pride, the old force are still on your face, Arsinoe, and not humility, O slave of the Galilean. Tell me the truth." "I wish for power," she said in a low tone. "Power? Then you still remember our compact, our alliance?" exclaimed Julian joyfully. She shook her head with a sad smile. "Oh no, power over the people is not worth the labor of obtaining it. You have learned that." "And this is why you go forth into the desert?" "Yes, and for freedom's sake." "Arsinoe, as of old you care only for yourself." "I wish to love others as he commands, but I cannot. I detest them, and I detest myself." "Then it is better not to live." "One must conquer oneself," she said slowly. "One must conquer in oneself not only the distaste for death, but also distaste for life, which is very difficult, because a life like mine is much more terrible than death. But if one succeeds in self-conquest to the end, life and death become as nothing, and a greater liberty is gained." Her fine brows were knit into a frown of indomitable will. Julian looked at her in despair. "What have they made of you?" he murmured. "You are all executioners and martyrs. Why do you keep torturing yourselves? Do you not see that within your soul there is nothing but hate and despair?" She fixed on him eyes full of anger. "Why did you come here? I never summoned you. Go. What matters it to me what you think? My own thoughts and sufferings are enough for me to bear. There is an abyss between us which none living can cross over. You tell me that I do not believe. That is precisely the cause of my self-hatred. I do not believe, but I wish to believe. Do you understand? I wish and I shall believe. I shall force myself. I shall torture my flesh, dry it up by hunger and thirst, make it more unfeeling than stones. I will tame my intelligence. I will slay it. I will kill it, because it is the devil, and more seducing than any passion. That shall be my last victory, and the best, because it will set me free. Then I shall see if anything will dare revolt in me and say, I do not believe." She stretched her joined hands heavenward with a suppliant gesture. Lord, have mercy upon me. Lord, where art thou? Hear me and pardon me. Julian flung himself on his knees before her, drew her to himself, and his triumphant eyes sparkled. "O girl, I see now you are not able to leave us. You willed it, but willed the impossible. Come, come now with me. Tomorrow you shall be the spouse of the Roman emperor, mistress of the world. I have entered this place like a thief. I shall go out with my prey like a lion. What a victory over the Galileans! Who can hinder us? We will dare everything, and walk as gods." The face of Arsinoe became sad and tranquil. She looked at Julian pityingly, without thrusting him away. "Unhappy man, you are unhappy as I. You yourself know not whither you wish to lead me. On whom do you reckon? In whom put your trust? Your gods are decaying, dead. I will flee into the desert, far from contaminating fables, far from this terrifying smell of rottenness. Leave me. I can aid you in nothing. Go." Wrath and passion shone in Julian's eyes, but more calmly still, and so pityingly that his very heart shivered and froze as under the blow of deadly insult. She went on. "Why do you delude yourself? Are you not wavering, perishable as we all are? Think, what means this charity of yours, these guest houses, these sermons of the sacrificial priests? All that is new, unknown to the ancient heroes of Hellas. Julian, Julian, are your gods the ancient Olympians, luminous and pitiless, terrible sons of the azure, rejoicing in the blood of victims and in the pain of mortals? Human blood and suffering were the very nectar of the old gods. Yours, seduced by the faith of the fishermen of Capernaum, are sick and humble weaklings, full of compassion for men. But that pity is mortal to your gods. Yes," she continued implacably, "you are sick. You are all too weak for your wisdom. That is your penalty, Hellenists of too late a day. You have strength neither for good nor for evil. You are neither day nor night, nor life nor death. Your heart wavers, here and there. You have left one bank and cannot reach the other. You believe and you do not believe. You betray yourselves, you hesitate, you will and you do not will, because you do not know on what to set your will. They alone are strong who, seeing one truth, are blind to all other. They will conquer us who are wise and weak." Julian raised his head with an effort, as if waking from some evil dream, and said, "You are unjust, Arsinoe. My soul does not know fear, nor my will weakness. The forces of destiny are leading me. If it is written that I shall die too soon, and I know it is so, my death shall not be unworthy of the sight of the gods. Farewell. I bear you no anger, because now to me you are as one dead." End of section 30. Section 31 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 9. Above the marble portico of the guest house of Apollo, built for the poor, for pilgrims and the disabled, ran these letters in Homeric Greek along the pediment. "Strangers and beggars are all sent by Zeus, and dear to them is the little we give." The emperor went into the inner court. A graceful Ionic colonnade ran round it. The hospice had formerly been a palestra or wrestling ground. It was a soft and sunny afternoon, before sunset, but a heavy atmosphere came to the portico from the inner rooms. There, massed together, children and old men were crawling about, Christians and pagans, the sound and the sick, folk disabled, deformed, enfeebled, dropsical, consumptive, folk bearing on their faces the stamp of every vice and every form of suffering. A half-naked old woman, with a tanned skin like the color of dead leaves, was rubbing her sore, pock-marked back against the pure marble of a pillar. In the middle of the court stood a statue of the Pythian Apollo, bow in hand, quiver on shoulder. At the foot of the statue was seated a wrinkled monster, who seemed neither young nor old. His arms were huddled round his knees, his head rested on one side, and swinging himself from right to left with a stupid air, he kept declaiming in a monotone, "Jesus Christ, the Son of God, have mercy upon us, the lost, lost, lost." At last the principal inspector, Marcus Osanius, appeared, pale and trembling. "Most wise and merciful Caesar, will you not deign to come into my house? The atmosphere is hurtful here. There are contagious maladies." "No, I am not afraid. Are you the inspector?" Osanius, keeping in his breath in order not to breathe the vitiated air, bowed low. "Are bread and wine distributed every day?" "Yes, as you have ordered, divine Augustus." "What filth!" "They are Galileans. To wash is for them a sin. It's impossible to make them take baths." "Bring me the account books," ordered Julian. The inspector fell on his knees, and for long could not utter a word. Finally he faltered, "Sire, everything is in due order, but unfortunately the books have been burnt." The emperor's brow clouded. At that moment cries arose from the crowd of sick persons. "A miracle! A miracle! Look, the paralytic can walk!" Julian turned round and saw a tall man, wild with joy, stretching out his hands towards him with a look full of simple faith. "I believe! I believe!" cried the paralytic. "I believe thou art no man, but a god descended upon earth. Touch me! Heal me, Caesar!" All the halt and maimed were shouting, "A miracle! Glory to Apollo! Glory to the healer!" "Come to me," called the sick. "Say a word, and I shall be cured." Julian turned and looked at the god in the light of sunset, and for the first time all going on in the hospice seemed to him a sacrilege. The clear eyes of the Olympian should look down no more on these monstrosities. Julian felt a wild desire to purify the ancient Palestra, to rid it of all pagan and Galilean vermin, to sweep out the whole human dunghill. Oh, had Apollo lived again, how his eyes would have lightened, his arrows flown and purged the place of the paralytic and infirm. Julian left the hospice of Apollo in haste. The emperor had understood perfectly that his information was correct, and that the principal inspector was a peculator. But such fatigue and disgust rose in his heart that he had no courage to push further his investigation of the rascality. It was late when he returned to the palace. He gave an order that he would receive no one, and withdrew to the terrace which looked out on the Bosphorus. Previous to his visit to the guest-house, the whole day had worn away in wearisome details of business, legal decisions, and the audit of accounts. A great number of instances of peculation had been brought to light, and allowed the emperor to see that even his best friends were deceiving him. All these philosophers, these rhetoricians, poets, panegyrists, were robbing the treasury, and robbing it just as much as had the eunuchs and Christian bishops in the reign of Constantius. Guest-houses, almshouses for philosophers, inns of Apollo and Aphrodite were so many pretexts for gain by the cunning, and the more so that not only to Galileans, but also to pagans themselves, these institutions seemed a fantastic notion, even a sacrilege, on the part of Caesar. Julian felt his body aching under ceaseless and profitless fatigue. Extinguishing the lamp, he lay down upon his narrow camp bed. "I must reflect in quiet," he said to himself, gazing at the nocturnal sky. But the power of reflection did not come. A great star was shining in the darkened ether, and Julian, through half-closed eyelids, looked at it. Coldly, Coldly, the star's image sank into his heart. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 10. At Antioch the Great, the capital of Syria, not far from Singon, the principal street, splendid hot baths, thermae, stood just at the meeting of four roads. These baths were fashionable and expensive. Crowds of clients used to go there to learn the last gossip of the town. Between the apodyterium, the room for undressing, and the frigidarium, or room for cooling and rest, lay a fine hall with mosaic floor and marble walls. This was the hot air bath, the sudatorium, or laconicum. From adjoining halls came laughs of the bathers and the noise of powerful jets of water falling into huge basins. Naked slaves ran hither and thither, jostling one another and opening jars of perfume. At Antioch, bathing was considered neither as an amusement nor as a necessity, but as the principal charm and most varied art of life. The capital of Syria was moreover renowned the world over for the abundance, the exquisite taste, and the purity of its waters. A full bath or a full bucket seemed empty, so transparent were the streams from the aqueducts of Antioch. Through the warm and milky vapors of the sudatorium could be caught glimpses of the red and naked bodies of notable citizens. Some were half reclining, others seated. Some were being rubbed over with oil. All, with the utmost solemnity, were talking together while they perspired. The beauty of a pair of ancient statues, an Antinous and an Adonis, placed in niches overhead, threw into still greater prominence the hideousness of the living. A fat old man came out with a majestic, albeit misshapen body. He was the merchant Bozzaris, whose finger and thumb controlled the whole of the corn markets of Antioch. A sprightly young man was respectfully supporting him under the arm. Although both were naked, it was easy to distinguish at a glance which was patron and which client. "Let the vapor be turned on me," commanded Bozzaris in his hoarse voice. From the profundity of his tones could be calculated the prodigious number of millions which he commanded on the market. Two metal taps were turned, and the warm steam, escaping with a hiss from the vent-hole, enveloped the figure of the merchant in thick mist. He stood in the middle of the white cloud, like some squat and monstrous god in process of apotheosis, tunding his red and fleshy belly like a drum. Sitting hard by in a prominent place was Marcus Osanius, the former inspector of the guest-house. Huddled up, crouching on his heels by the massive side of the merchant, the meager little man resembled a featherless and shivering chicken. Julius Mauritius, the scoffer, was there, trying to make his dry, nervous body perspire. He was lean as a stick. Gargillus, too, was stretched on the mosaic floor, still well fed, soft as gelatin, enormous in bulk as the carcass of a slain boar. A Paphlagonian slave, panting under the protracted effort, was scrubbing the blubber of his back with a piece of damp cloth, while the now wealthy poet, Publius Porphyrius, was staring in a melancholy manner at his own gouty legs. "Do you know, my friends," he asked, "about the letter from the White Bulls to the Roman Emperor?" "No, tell it." "One line only. Conquer Persia, and we are doomed." "Is that all?" "What more was there to say?" Undulations of laughter heaved the body of Gargillus. "By Pallas, it's telling and to the point. If the emperor comes back in triumph from Persia, he'll offer in sacrifice to the Olympians such masses of white bulls that these animals will get rarer than the bull Apis. Slave, rub the small of my back, the small of my back. Harder, harder." and in turning over, his body made the sound against the mosaic floor of a great bundle of wet linen flopped on the ground. laughed Julius. They say from the Isle of Taprobany in the Indies, they're sending great numbers of very rare white birds and big wild swans from Scythia. All that for the gods. The Roman Emperor is fattening the Olympians. It's true they have had time to get hungry since the days of Constantine. The gods guzzle while we starve, cried Gargillus. It's now 3 days since one has been able to get a decent Colchis pheasant in the market, or even a tolerably eatable fish. He's a greenhorn, and an innocent, remarked the corn merchant. Everybody turned round respectfully. A greenhorn, I tell you, resumed Bozzaris. I say that if you pinched the nose of your Roman Caesar, you'd find nothing but milk in him like a babe of 2 weeks. He wanted to lower the price of bread, forbade us to sell it at the price we set on it, and so he brought 400,000 measures of wheat from Egypt. Well, did you lower the price? Listen, I stirred up the wheat sellers. We closed the shops. Better let our grain rot than give in. So the people ate the Egyptian corn. We won't give him ours. He's made his cake. Let him eat it. Bozzaris triumphantly clapped his palms on his belly. That's enough steam. Now, pour, ordered the merchant. And the handsome curly-headed slave, who resembled Antinous, unsealed over his head a slender amphora containing the costliest Arabian cassia. The aromatics flowed over the red, sweating body. Bozzaris spread the thick, scented drops over himself with satisfaction, and then wiped his gross fingers in the golden hair of the slave standing with bowed head before him. Your Excellency has quite rightly observed that the Emperor was nothing more than a greenhorn, said the parasite friend, with a profound bow. He has recently published a pamphlet aimed at the inhabitants of Antioch, and entitled The Beard Hater, in which, in response to the insults of the populace, he says in effect, You laugh at my beard and my coarseness of manners. Laugh as much as you please. I, too, laugh at myself. But I don't want trials, informers, prisons, or punishments. Now, is that worthy of a Roman emperor? Is it dignified? The Caesar Constantius of pious memory, declared Bozzaris, can't be spoken of in the same breath with Julian. In his clothes, in his bearing, one could see at once he was a Caesar. But this one, God forgive me, is only an abortion of the gods, a lame monkey, a bandy-legged bear who hangs about the streets, unshaven, uncombed, unwashed, with stains of ink on his fingers. Why, it makes me sick to see him. Books, learning, philosophy. Ah, I will make you pay dear for all that. A ruler mustn't laugh with his people. He must keep them in hand. Once let the people slip, and he'll never get a grip on them again. Then Marcus Osanius, who up to that time had been mute, murmured thoughtfully, Well, one can forgive most things, but why does he take away the last remaining joy in life, the circus, and the fights of the gladiators? My friends, the sight of blood causes, and will always cause, an inexplicable pleasure to man. 'Tis a sacred and mysterious enjoyment. There's no gaiety without bloodshed, no greatness on the earth. The smell of blood is the smell of Rome. The last scion of the Osanii glanced naively round at his hearers. Sometimes he looked like a boy, sometimes like an old man. The swollen torso of Gargillus heaved on the floor. Raising his head, he glanced at Osanius. Neatly put. Smell of blood, smell of Rome. Go on, Marcus. You're inspired today. I say what I feel, my dear fellows. Blood is so pleasant to man that even the Christians can't do without it. They want to purify the world through bloodshed. Julian is making a great mistake. In taking away the circus from the people, he's robbing them of their chief enjoyment, which is naturally sanguinary. The populace would have pardoned almost anything, but it won't pardon that. Marcus pronounced the last words solemnly, and then suddenly slipped a hand behind his back, and his face beamed. "Are you perspiring?" asked Gargillus. "Yes," answered Osanius, with a rapturous smile. "Rub, slave, rub!" He lay down on the couch. The bath slave fell to kneading the poor anemic limbs, which had a deadly bluish tint. From their porphyry niches, the figures of ancient time looked down with scorn through the milky smoke. Meanwhile, at the crossroads, outside the baths, a crowd was collecting. At night, Antioch glittered with thousands of lights, especially along the Singon, which ran through the city for a distance of 26 stadia, with porticos and colonnades thronged with shops throughout its length. In the crowd, pleasantries about the emperor ran from mouth to mouth. Street boys rushed about from group to group, shouting satirical ditties. An old woman caught one of the little vagabonds, and lifting his shirt, administered sound correction with the sole of her sandal. "Take that, and that, to teach you to sing such disgraceful things!" The urchin uttered piercing squeals. Another, clambering on the back of a comrade, drew on the white wall with a piece of coal a long bearded goat, crowned with the imperial diadem, while a third wrote underneath in big letters, "This is the impious Julian," and trying to make his voice formidable, yelled, "The butcher comes with a big, big knife!" An old man in the long black ecclesiastical habit, passing by, halted, listened to the boy, and cast up his eyes to heaven. "Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings proceedeth wisdom. Were we not better off under Kappa and Chi?" "What do you mean by Kappa and Chi?" "Don't you understand? The Greek letter Kappa begins the name of Constantius, and Chi is the initial of Christ. I mean by that Constantius and Christ did no harm to the inhabitants of Antioch, while the philosophers—" True, one was better off under Kappa and Chi." A drunken man, overhearing this colloquy, hawked the saying about the streets, and the pleasantry circulated through Antioch, and being manifestly absurd, tickled the popular fancy. A scene of still greater animation might have been witnessed in the tavern situated opposite the baths. This tavern belonged to the Armenian Syrax, who had long ago transferred his commercial undertakings from Caesarea to Antioch. From bulging wine-skins and enormous jars, wine was pouring freely into tin cups. Here, as everywhere, the conversation turned on the emperor's doings. The little Syrian soldier Strombyx, the same who had taken part in Julian's campaign against the barbarians in Gaul, was distinguishing himself by special eloquence. By his side lolled the faithful giant, his friend the Sarmatian, Aragarus. Strombyx felt as happy as a fish in water. He loved risings and rebellions better than anything in the world. He was preparing to make a speech. An old rag-picker had just brought in a sensational piece of news. "We're all doomed. The Lord's hand is heavy on us. Yesterday a neighbor of mine told me something which at first I refused to believe." "Tell us, good woman." "Well, it was at Gaza. The pagans seized a convent. They made the nuns come out. They tied them to gallows in the marketplace, beat 'em to death, and after rolling their warm bodies, all hacked to pieces, in grains of barley, threw 'em to the swine." "I saw myself," added a young weaver, "a pagan at Hierapolis, who was eating the liver of a deacon." "What an abomination!" murmured the auditors, crossing themselves. With the help of Aragarus, Strombyx clambered onto a table, which was still sticky with the spilth of wine, and striking an oratorical attitude, addressed the crowd, while Aragarus proudly contemplated his friend. "Citizens," began Strombyx, "how long shall we wait before we rebel? Don't you know that Julian has sworn, if he returns a conqueror from Persia, to gather together the holy defenders of the church and throw them to beasts in the amphitheater? To turn the porticos of basilicas into granaries and the churches into stables?" A hump-backed old man, livid with fear, tumbled over on the tavern floor. It was the husband of the rag-picker, himself a glass-blower. Rising, he slapped his thigh despairingly, stared at the company, and faltered, "Ah, what a situation! And there are 200 corpses in the wells and the aqueducts." "Where? What corpses?" "Hush, hush!" murmured the glass-blower. "They say that the renegade has long taken his auguries from the intestines of living men, and all this for his war against the Persians and his victory over the Christians." Overcome with satisfaction, he muttered under his breath, "Why, in the cellars of the palace at Antioch, they've discovered chests full of human bones. And in the city of Cara, near Edessa, the Christians have found in a subterranean temple the corpse of a woman hanging by her hair, with her body slit open. Julian wanted to inspect the liver of an infant for his cursed war." "Eh? Gluturius, is it true that human bones are found in the sewers? You ought to know," said a shoemaker, a confirmed skeptic. Gluturius the scavenger, who stood near the door, not venturing in because he smelt badly, being thus addressed, began, according to his custom, to smile and to blink his inflamed eyelids. "No, worthy friends," he answered humbly, "newborn infants are sometimes found there, or skeletons of asses and camels, but I never yet saw a corpse of man or woman." When Strombyx resumed his speech, the scavenger listened religiously, rubbing his bare leg against the doorpost. "Brother men," cried the orator, with fiery indignation, "let us be revenged! Let us die like ancient Romans!" "No use bursting your lungs," grumbled the shoemaker. "When we get to that stage, you'll be the first to turn tail, and let the others die." "You're a set of cowards," chimed in a painted woman, dressed in a poor and tawdry dress. She was a street-walker, nicknamed by her admirers the She-Wolf. "Do you know," she went on wrathfully, "what the holy martyrs Macedonius, Theodulus, and Tertian replied to their executioners?" "No, She-Wolf, tell us." "Well, I've heard. At Myra, in Phrygia, 3 young men, Macedonius, Theodulus, and Tertian, had burst into a Greek temple by night, and smashed the idols to the glory of God. The proconsul Amachius had them seized, stretched them on dripping pans, and ordered fires to be lighted under them. The 3 martyrs said, 'If you want to taste cooked flesh, Amachius, turn us over on the other side, that we may not be served up to you half-cooked.' And all 3 laughed and spat in the face of the proconsul, and everybody saw an angel come down out of heaven with 3 crowns. You wouldn't have spoken so. You're too fearful for your skins. It's heartbreaking just to look at you." The she-wolf turned away in disgust. Cries rose from the street. "Perhaps they're breaking up idols?" suggested the shoemaker pleasantly. "Forward, citizens! Follow me!" shouted Strombyx, waving his arms. But he slipped on the table, and would have fallen had not Aragaras caught him. Everybody rushed to the door. An enormous crowd was advancing down the principal street, and, filling the narrow crossroads, brought up before the baths. "Old Panva! Old Panva!" the idlers were shouting. "He's come from the desert to help the people, to pull down the great, and to save the humble and poor." End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Victoria Sandels. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 11. The old man had a coarse face with high cheekbones, bearded to the eyes. A patched piece of sacking served him as inner robe, and a hooded sheepskin as cloak or chlamys. For 20 years Pamba had never washed himself, considering cleanliness sinful, and believing that a special fiend presided over any acts of care for the body. He dwelt in a fearful desert, the Berean, round Calibon, to the east of Antioch, where serpents and scorpions swarmed at the bottom of the arid watercourses. His lodgings was the deep sandy hollow of a dried-up well called Kuba in Syriac, where he used to feed himself on 5 stalks a day of a sweet and flowery kind of reed. He had nearly died of starvation. His disciples descended to feed him by means of ropes. Then, during 7 years, he lived on a half measure of boiled lentils. His sight grew feeble, his skin became leprous and scurvy. He therefore added a little oil to his lentils and accused himself of worship of the belly. Pamba, learning from his disciples that the Emperor Julian, the fierce antichrist, was persecuting the Christians, left his retreat and came to Antioch to strengthen weak-kneed believers. "Listen, listen, he's going to speak." Pamba climbed the staircase of the baths and halted on a broad landing. His eyes glittered with condensed ire. He stretched out his arms, pointing out to the people palaces, pagan temples, baths, shops, courts of justice, all the monuments of Antioch. "Not a stone of these shall remain. All shall crumble and disappear. The holy fire shall burn up the universe. The heavens, like a smouldering palace, shall sink away. That shall be the terrible judgment of Christ, the unimaginable spectacle. Whither shall I turn my eyes, and what shall I wonder at, if it be not the groaning of kings, cast down into darkness? If it be not the terror of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, shivering in her nakedness before the crucified? If it be not the flight of Jupiter and all the Olympians before the thunders of the Most High? Triumph, ye martyrs, and rejoice, ye persecuted. See your judges, the Roman proconsuls, seized by more terrible flames than yours. Nor shall the syllogisms of Aristotle, nor the demonstrations of Plato save you, philosophers, hurled into hell. And on that stage their actors shall roar, as the heroes of Sophocles and Aeschylus never roared before, and their rope dancers, trust me, shall dance a quicker step in that fire, and we, the poor and ignorant, shall rejoice, and say to the strong, wise, and the haughty, Behold the crucified, the son of the carpenter and the workwoman, the king of Judea, crowned in purple and thorns. Behold the Sabbath breaker, the Samaritan woman possessed of the devil. See him whom you led bound with cords into your praetorium, him whose thirst you quenched with vinegar and hyssop. And we shall hear in answer weepings and gnashings of teeth. We shall laugh, our hearts overflowing with joy. Come, 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 Lord Jesus. Gluturius, the cleanser of sewers, fell on his knees and blinking in inflamed eyelids as he saw Christ descending, stretched out his arms. The metal founder clenched his fists, collecting his forces like a bull ready to charge, and the livid-faced weaver, trembling in all his limbs with an amazed smile, was murmuring, Lord, let me too suffer. The animal faces of beggars and sharpers express the mischievous triumph of the weak over the strong, of slaves over their masters. The she-wolf grinned in silence, and an insatiable thirst for vengeance twinkled in her drunken eyes. Suddenly the jingle of weapons and the heavy step of horses. The Roman legionaries of the night watch wheeled round the corner of the road. At their head strode the prefect, Sallustius Secundus, a man with aquiline nose, open face, and a look of calmness and kindly intelligence. He wore the senatorial laticlave and gave an impression of self-confidence and patrician nobleness. Above the distant Pantheon, erected by Antiochus Seleucus, slowly arose the great reddish moon, and its rays were glittering on shields and breastplates. "Disperse, citizens," said Sallustius, addressing the crowd. By order of Augustus, crowds are forbidden in the streets of Antioch by night. The populace groaned and murmured. Street boys whistled, and one audacious voice sang, Goodbye to the white cocks, goodbye to the white ox, for Julian knocks them on the head to feed his devils and the dead. There was a threatening clash of arms. The legionaries unsheathed their swords and prepared to charge. Old Pamba struck the marble flags with his staff and shouted, "Hail, gallant army of Satan! Hail, wise Roman dignitary! You'll probably remember the time when you burned us, when you taught us philosophy, and we pray to God to save your lost souls. Welcome to you!" The legionaries gripped their swords, but the prefect with a gesture stopped them. He saw that the crowd was in his power. "What are you threatening us with, blockhead?" asked Pamba, addressing himself to Sallustius. "What can you do? All we want for vengeance is a black night and 2 or 3 torches. You fear the Alemanni and the Persians. We are more terrible than they. We are everywhere in the midst of you, inviolable, innumerable. We have no boundaries, no fatherland. We recognize but one republic, the universal republic, born but yesterday. Already we are filling the world, filling your cities, your fortresses, your islands, city councils, camps, palaces, senates, forums. We leave you your temples. And but for our humility, our fraternity, choosing rather to die than to slay, we should have blotted you out. We want neither sword nor fire. So many are we that if we withdrew, you would perish. Your cities would become solitudes. You would be frightened at your own loneliness, at the silence of the universe. All life would stop at that death touch. Remember, the Roman Empire exists only on sufferance, sustained by the mercy of us Christians. All eyes being fixed on Pamba, no one perceived a man clothed in the old chlamys of a wandering philosopher, with a lean yellow face, curling hair, and long black beard, quickly coming through the lines of legionaries, who respectfully made way for him. He was followed by a few companions, and leaning towards Sallustius whispered, "What are you waiting for?" "They will perhaps disperse of themselves," responded Sallustius. "The Galileans have already too many martyrs for us to make any more of them. They fly towards death as bees to honey." But the man in the philosopher's robe advanced and cried out with a distinct voice, like a captain accustomed to command, "Scatter the crowd! Seize the ringleaders!" Everybody wheeled round, and in alarm shouted, "Augustus! Augustus Julian!" The soldiers charged with drawn swords. The old rag-picker was knocked down, struggling and shrieking under the feet of the legionaries. Many fled, and Strombyx was the first to take advantage of the general confusion. Stones hurtled through the air. The metal founder, defending old Pamba, hurled a large jagged flint at the legionary. It struck the she-wolf, who fell with a slight cry, covered with blood and convinced that she was dying a martyr. A legionary seized Gluturius, but the sewer cleaner gave himself up so readily, the prospect of becoming an admired martyr appearing so enviable in comparison with his present occupation, and his rags gave off such a stink that the disgusted soldier immediately released his prisoner. In the midst of the crowd there was a market gardener who had chanced by, leading an ass laden with cabbages. Mouth agape, he had listened to old Pamba from beginning to end. Noticing the danger, he now tried to flee, but his ass starkly refused. In vain was the beast belaboured. Buttressed against his forefeet, with ears lowered and tail lifted, it uttered a deafening series of brays, drowning in its triumphant stupidity the death rattle of the dying, the oaths of the soldiery, and the prayers of Galileans. Oribasius, who was among the companions of Julian, came up to the emperor. "Julian, what are you doing? Is it worthy of your wisdom?" The emperor cast on him a stern look, and Oribasius was silent, not daring to finish his protest. In the last few months Julian had not only changed but grown old. His worn face had the sad and terrible expression of those gnawed by some long and incurable malady, or absorbed in some fixed idea akin to madness. His powerful hands were unconsciously tearing to pieces a roll of papyrus. At last he said in a deep voice, with eyes kept steadily on Oribasius, "Away! I know what I'm doing. With these scoundrels who have no faith in the gods, one cannot deal as with human beings. They must be destroyed like wild beasts. And for the matter of that, what harm would be done if a dozen Galileans were slain by the hands of the Hellenists?" Oribasius mused. How like he is now, in his fury, to his cousin Constantius. Julian spoke to the crowd, and his voice appeared to himself even strange and terrible. "By the grace of the gods I am still emperor. Galileans, obey. You may mock at my beard and clothes, but not at the Roman law. Remember, I am punishing you for rebellion and not for religion. Chain that rascal." With a shaking hand he pointed to Pamba, who was promptly seized by two fair-haired Batavians. "Thou liest, atheist," shouted Pamba triumphantly. "You are punishing us for our faith. Why do you not pardon me as you did Maris the blind Chalcedonian? Where is now your philosophy? Have the times changed? Have you overshot your mark? Brothers, fear not the Roman Caesar, but the Almighty God." The crowd gave up all idea of flight. All were infected by the fever of martyrdom. The Batavians and the Celts were startled by the sight of a mob rushing joyfully on death. Even children threw themselves on the swords and lances. Julian wished to stop the massacre. He was too late. The bees were making for the honey. He could only exclaim in scorn and despair, "Unhappy people! If life weighs on you, is it so difficult for you to shorten it for yourselves?" And Pamba, in bonds, lifted by sinewy arms, retorted with joy, "Exterminate us, Roman, we shall multiply the more. The dungeon is our liberty, weakness our strength, death our victory." End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2:12. At about 5 miles from Antioch, up the course of the river Orontes, stood the celebrated wood of Daphne, consecrated to Apollo. Therein a temple had been built, where every year the praises of the sun god were celebrated. Julian, without saying anything of his intention, quitted Antioch at the break of day. He wished to ascertain for himself whether the inhabitants remembered the ancient sacred feast. All along the road he mused of the solemnity, hoping to see lads and virgins going up the steps of the temple, clad in white as a symbol of purity and youth, the crowd of the faithful, the choirs, and the smoke of incense. The road was difficult. From the rocky Berean hills a gusty burning wind came down. The atmosphere was laden with the bitter smell of burnt wood, and thick with the bluish fog which spread itself over the deep gorge of Mount Kazia. Harassing dust filled eyes and throat, and crackled between the teeth of the traveler. The very sun through the smoky vapor seemed red and sickly. But hardly had the emperor penetrated into the wood of Daphne than fragrant coolness surrounded him. It was difficult to believe that such a corner of paradise could be found at a few paces from the scorching road. The wood was 24 stadia in circumference, and perpetual twilight reigned in its almost impenetrable alleys of gigantic laurels, planted centuries before. The emperor was surprised at the solitariness of the wood. No worshippers, no victims, no incense, nor any preparation for the solemn feast day. Thinking that the people must be assembled near the temple, he pushed on farther. At every step the wood became more lonely. It was as untroubled by any sound as an abandoned cemetery. Birds were few, the shadow of the laurel grove being too thick, and no song of theirs was heard. A grasshopper began his shrill cry in the grass, and quickly ceased, as if startled at his own voice. Insects alone were humming faintly in a slender ray of sunlight, but ventured not to quit its beam for the neighboring gloom. Sometimes Julian pushed his path along wider alleys, bordered with titanic walls of weird cypress, casting shade dark as a moonless night. Here and there subterranean waters made the moss spongy. Streams ran everywhere, chill as melted snow, but silently, with no tinkling ripples, as if muted by the melancholy of that enchanted wood. In one nook, a rift in the rock, clear drops were falling slowly, glittering one by one. But moss stifled the sound of their fall, and they sank away like the tears of an unspoken love. There were broad glens of wild narcissus, many lilies, and even butterflies. But these were dark-winged and not gay-colored, for the sun rays filtered through the thick laurel became almost lunar pale, and pensive as if fallen through the smoke of a funeral torch. It was as though Phoebus had grown faint and inconsolable after the final loss of Daphne, and she, remaining, overcast and shadowy under the most burning kisses of the god, here kept impenetrable coolness and bloom under her branches forever. Everywhere in that wood reigned the abandonment, the tender melancholy of the god who loved in vain. Already in sight and dazzling through the cypresses shone the columns and pediments of the temple raised in the time of Seleucus Nicator. But not a worshipper yet had Julian encountered. At last he saw a child of 12 years old, on a path overgrown with wild hyacinth. His dark eyes shone strangely brilliant in his finely cut pale face. Golden hair fell in curls on his slender neck, and his blue-veined temples were transparent as the petals of a flower grown in the shade. "Do you know, child, where are the sacrificers and the people?" Julian asked. The child made no answer, as if he had not understood the question. "Listen, little one, can you not lead me to the priest of Apollo?" He shook his head, smiling. "Why will you not answer me?" Then the boy put a finger to his lips, and then to both his ears, and shook his head gravely this time. Julian thought, this must be a deaf mute. The child looked shyly askance at the emperor, who grew almost fearful in the silent twilight of the deserted wood, in the company of the elf, who stared at him fixedly and haughtily as a little god. Suddenly he pointed out to Julian an old man, clothed in a patched and tattered tunic. Julian immediately recognized a temple priest. The weak and broken old man stumbled along in drunken fashion, laughing and mumbling to himself as he went. He was red-nosed and completely bald, except for a fringe of downy gray hair. His watery and short-sighted eyes had an expression of childlike benevolence. He was carrying a large basket. "The priest of Apollo?" asked Julian. "I am he. I am called Gorgias. What do you want, good man?" "Can you direct me to the high priest of this temple, and the people worshipping here?" Gorgias made no answer at first, but put his pannier on the ground. Then he rubbed his bald pate, and, standing with arms akimbo, held his head on one side, winking mischievously with his left eye. "And why am I not the high priest of Apollo?" he asked. "And what worshippers do you mean, my son? May the Olympians protect you." He smelt strongly of wine. Julian thought his behavior indecent, and prepared to administer a rebuke. "You seem to be drunk, old man." Gorgias, in no wise perturbed, continued to rub the back of his neck. "Drunk? I don't think so. But I may have tossed off 5 cups or so for the sake of the celebrations. And as to that, I drink more through sorrow than merriment. Yes, my son, may the Olympians have you in their keeping. Who are you? By your dress, perhaps a wandering philosopher, or a professor from the schools of Antioch?" The emperor smiled and nodded his head in acquiescence. He wished to make the priest talk freely. "You have hit it. I am a teacher." "Christian?" "No, Hellenist." "Ah, that's good. There are many others of your way of thinking who hang about this neighborhood." "You have not yet answered me as to where the people are, whether many victims have been sent from Antioch, whether the choirs are ready." "Victims? Small thanks for victims," said the old man, laughing and stumbling so violently that he nearly tumbled down. "Many's the long year, my brother, since we saw that kind of thing. Since the time of Constantine." Gorgias snapped his fingers despairingly and whistled. "It's all over. Done for. What? Men have forgotten the gods. Not only have we no victims, but we don't even get a handful of wheat to cook a cake. Not a grain of incense, not a drop of oil for the lamps.
There's nothing for it but to go to bed and die. Yes, my son, may the Olympians protect you. The monks have taken everything, and they fight each other. They're rolling in fat. Our tale is told. Ah, bad times these. And you say, don't drink. But it's hard not to drink when one suffers. If I didn't drink a bit, I should have hanged myself long ago.
And no one has come from Antioch for this great feast day? Asked Julian.
None but you, my son. I am the priest, you are the people. We will together offer the victim to the god.
You have just told me that you received no victims.
Gorgias rubbed the back of his neck, grinning. We received none from others, but there is my own offering. We've eaten little for 3 days, Escareno and I, to save the necessary money. Look.
He raised the lid of the basket. A tethered goose slid out its head, cackling and trying to escape.
"Ah, ha, ha, ha! Is that not a victim?" asked the old man proudly. "Although it isn't a fat young goose, it is nevertheless a sacred bird. Apollo ought to be glad of it just now. The gods consider geese a delicacy."
"Have you long dwelt in this temple?" questioned Julian.
"For 40 years, and perhaps longer."
"Is this your son?" asked Julian, pointing to Escareno, who was staring at him as if he were trying to follow the conversation.
"No, I have neither relatives nor friends. Escareno helps me at the hours for sacrifice."
"Who are his father and mother?"
"I do not know the father, and I strongly suspect that no one knows who he is. But his mother was the great Sibyl Diotima, who long lived in this temple. She would never speak nor raise her veil before men. She was chaste as a vestal. When she brought this child into the world, we were all astonished, and at a loss what to think. But a learned centenarian, a magician, told us."
Gorgias, with a mysterious air, put his hand before his mouth and muttered in Julian's ear, as if he feared the child could catch his words.
"The Hierophant told us that he was no son of man, but a god, come down by night to the Sibyl while she was asleep within the temple. See how beautiful he is."
"A deaf-mute son of a god?" murmured the emperor, surprised.
"In times like ours, if the son of the god and of the Sibyl were not a deaf-mute, he would die of grief," answered Gorgias. "See how thin and pale he is already."
"Who knows?" said Julian, with a sad smile. "But you are right, old man. In our days it is well for a prophet to be a deaf-mute." Suddenly the child approached Julian, and, looking at him fixedly, seized his hand and kissed it. A thrill ran through Julian.
"My son," said the old man gravely, "may the Olympians shield you. You must be a good man. That child never kisses the evil nor the impious, and he flees from the monks as from the plague.
I think he sees and understands more than either of us, but can utter nothing.
I've often surprised him sitting before the statue of Apollo for hours, gazing at him with joy, as if he were talking with the god."
The face of Escareno grew dark, and he went away. Gorgias smote his head and said,
"I am wasting time in gossip. The sun is up. The sacrifice must be performed. Come."
"Wait," said the emperor. "I wish to ask you something more. Have you ever heard that the Emperor Julian desired to restore to honor the worship of the old gods?"
"Yes, but what can he do, poor man? He will not succeed. I tell you, all's over."
"Have you faith in the gods?" asked Julian. "Can the Olympians quit us so forever?" The old man sighed, and, hanging his head,
"My son, you're young. Although there are white hairs shining in your dark locks, and furrows on your brow already. But in the days when my hair was black, and young girls used to look at me with favor, I remember sailing in a ship near Thessalonica, and seeing Mount Olympus. Its base and its girdle melted into blue, and its snowy summit seemed hanging in the air, dominating sky and sea, golden and inaccessible. I mused, "Behold the dwelling of the gods," and I was full of emotion. But on this same ship there was a scoffing old man who called himself an Epicurean. He pointed out Mount Olympus and said to me, "My friend, travelers have long ago climbed Olympus, and they saw that it was an ordinary mountain, like other mountains, on which there was nothing but snow, ice, and stones." And those words sank so deep into my heart that I shall remember them all my life.
The emperor smiled.
"Old man, your faith is childish. Suppose there were no Olympus. Why should not the gods exist above, in the kingdom of the eternal ideas, in the realm of the soul's light?"
Gorgias hung his head lower yet.
Yes. But nevertheless, all is over. Olympus is deserted."
Julian gazed at him, surprised.
"You see," continued Gorgias, "the earth breeds nowadays only hard men or weak men. The gods can only laugh at them or grow wrath with them. They are not worth destroying. They will perish of themselves by sickness, debauchery, or decline. The gods are grown weary, and they have departed."
"And do you think, Gorgias, that the human race must disappear?"
The priest shook his bald head. The earth is in pain. The rivers flow more slowly. The flowers in spring have not their old fragrance. An ancient fisherman lately told me that one can see Etna no longer as we used to do. The air has become thicker and darker. The sun is waxing weak. The end of the world is near.
Tell me, Gorgias, can you remember better times?" The old man brightened up, and his eyes shone.
"When I first came here, in the first years of the reign of Constantine," he said joyfully, "grand festivals were celebrated every year in honor of Apollo. What numbers of lads and virgins used to come to this holy wood! How the moon used to shine! How exquisite the smell of the cypresses! How the nightingales used to sing! And when their chant ceased, the air would tremble with nocturnal kisses and sighings of love, as with the beatings of invisible wings."
Gorgias was silent and plunged in thought. At that moment the sound of church singing came from behind the trees.
"What is that?"
asked Julian.
"The monks," answered the priest. "Monks praying over a dead Galilean."
"What? A Galilean in the wood sacred to Apollo?"
"Yes, they call him the martyr Babylas. 10 years ago, the brother of the Emperor Julian, Caesar Gallus, transferred the bones of this Babylas from Antioch into this wood, and had a superb sarcophagus made for him. From that day the oracle ceased. The temple was sullied, and the god departed."
"What sacrilege!" exclaimed the emperor indignantly.
"That year the virgin Sibyl Diotima gave birth to a deaf-mute child, a bad omen. Only one sacred spring was left us, and did not dry up, the spring called Tears of the Sun, over there, where the child is now sitting."
Julian turned round. The boy was sitting in front of the mossy rock, motionless, and in his open palm receiving the falling drops. Julian almost imagined he saw 2 transparent wings trembling behind the divinely beautiful child. So sad, so pale, so enchanting his look, that the emperor mused, "He must be Eros, the little god of love, dying in our century of Galilean moroseness, and in his hand receiving the last drops, the last tears of love, tears of the god over Daphne, over the vanished beauty of Daphne." The deaf-mute remained motionless, and a great black velvety butterfly alighted on his head. He neither saw it nor stirred. Like a malign shadow, the butterfly opened and shut its wings, while the tears of the sun dropped,
one by one, into the hand of Escareno. Louder and louder in the distance rose funereal psalms. Suddenly, from behind the cypresses came the sound of voices disputing. "Augustus is there." "Why should he go alone to Daphne?" "Why not? Today is the great festival of Apollo. See, there he is. Julian, we have sought you since the morning." They were Greek sophists, men of science and rhetoricians, habitual companions of the emperor, and with them the Neoplatonist Priscus of Epirus, the bilious skeptic Julius Mauritius, the wise Sallustius Secundus, and the celebrated orator Libanius. Julian vouchsafed them not the least attention. "What's the matter?" murmured Julius to Priscus. "He must be displeased that there has been no preparation for the feast. We have not sent a single offering." Julian addressed the former Christian rhetorician, now the high priest of Astarte, Hecobulus. "Go into the neighboring chapel, and inform the Galileans praying there of my will. Let them come here." Hecobulus went. Gorgias, still holding his basket, stood petrified, with eyes and mouth wide open. He rubbed his bald head. Had he not drunk too much? It must all be a dream. But when he remembered all he had said about Julian and the god to the pretended professor, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his legs trembled, and he fell on his knees. "Pardon, Caesar, forget my words." One of the philosophers wished to thrust away the old man, but Julian stopped him. "Do not insult the sacrificial priest. Rise, Gorgias. There is my hand. Fear nothing. So long as I live, none shall do harm to you or to your little lad. You and I both came for the festival, both love the old gods. We will be friends and rejoice together at this feast of the sun." The psalms had meantime ceased. Frightened monks appeared coming up the alley of cypresses, deacons and superiors still in the sacerdotal dress and led by Hecobulus. The archpriest, a fat man with a shining red face, walked swaying from side to side, much out of breath and wiping his brow. He saluted Augustus profoundly, reaching one finger to the ground, and said in a pleasant bass voice, "May the humane Augustus pardon his unworthy servants." He bowed lower yet, and two novices skillfully assisted him to rise again. One of them had forgotten to put away the censer, from which the incense was escaping in thin fillets of smoke. At the sight of the monks, Escareno fled. Julian said, "Galileans, I order you to rid the sacred wood of Apollo of the relics of your co-religionist. We do not desire to use force against you, but if our will is not carried out, I must myself see that Helios is delivered from such sacrilege. I shall send here my soldiers, who will disinter the bones, burn them, and scatter the ashes to the winds." The archpriest coughed and finally said in a humble tone, "Most merciful Caesar, that is hard on us, for these relics have long rested here, in a place blessed by the will of Caesar Gallus. But as it is a matter beyond our jurisdiction, we are forced to refer it to the bishop." A murmur ran through the crowd. An urchin hidden in a laurel bush shouted, "The butcher comes with a big, big knife!" But he received such a buffet that he fled howling. The archpriest, feeling that decency obliged him to defend the relics, coughed again and began, "If it pleases your high wisdom to give this order on account of the idol," he quickly corrected himself, "of the Hellenic god Helios." The emperor's eyes sparkled with rage. "The idol," he interrupted. "Idol is your word. For what imbeciles do you take us, if you think that we worship the matter that represents our gods, metal, stone, or wood? All your preachers preach this, but it is a lie. We worship not these things, but the soul, the living soul of beauty in these models of the purest human beauty. It is not we, the idolaters, but you who devour each other like wild beasts for the sake of an iota. You who kiss the rotten bones of criminals punished for breaking the Roman laws. You who call the fratricide Constantius an eternal holiness. To deify the splendid sculptures of Phidias, which breathe Olympian beauty and goodness, is that less reasonable than to bow before two crossed beams of wood, a shameful instrument of torture? Must one blush for you, pity you, or hate you? It is the pitch of mad degradation for our country to see sons of the Hellenes, who read Plato and Homer, rushing to an outcast tribe, a tribe almost blotted out by Vespasian and Titus, in order to deify a dead man. And you still dare to accuse us of idolatry. The archpriest imperturbably stroked his long beard, and, looking at Julian askance, wiped the perspiration from his glistening forehead. Then the emperor said to Priscus the philosopher, "My friend, accomplish the Delian mysteries with which you are familiar. We must purify the temple of Apollo. He will return to his dwelling, and once we have taken away the stone which seals the spring, the oracle will speak again." The archpriest terminated the interview with a deep bow and the same obsequious manner in which an invincible tenacity could be felt.
"Let your will be done, Caesar. We are the children, you are the father, but there is no power above the power of God."
"Oh, you hypocrites! I know your obedience and your humility. Your humility is the serpent's fang. Why not struggle against me at least like men?" Julian turned round to depart, when a little old man and woman issued from the crowd and prostrated themselves at his feet. They were poorly but cleanly dressed, and bore a surprising resemblance to each other, reminding him of Philemon and Baucis.
"Protect us, just Caesar," whispered the old man. "We have a little house near Antioch, at the foot of the Stavrinus. We've lived there 20 years, and now the town senators, the decurions, are come."
The old man clasped his hands despairingly, and the old woman, imitating him, did the same.
"The decurions come and say, 'This house does not belong to you.' What? The Lord be with you. We've been here 20 years. Yes, but you had no right. The land belongs to the temple of the god Aesculapius, and your house is built with the temple stones. It must return to Aesculapius. What does this mean? Have mercy, all-powerful Augustus."
The two old people, with their clear and childlike faces, were kneeling before him, and weeping kissed his feet. Julian perceived an amber cross on the woman's neck. "Are you Christians?" he asked, his brow growing somber.
"Yes."
"I should like to grant your prayer, but how is it to be done? The land belongs to the god. Nevertheless, your property shall be paid for."
"No, no,"
cried out the old people.
"We're rooted there by all our habits. We don't ask for money, but there everything is ours. We know every blade of grass." "There everything is ours," repeated the old woman like an echo. "The vine, the chickens, the cow, the olives, the pigs, everything is ours. And there's the step, too, on which in the evening we have warmed our old bones in the sun, side by side, for these 20 years.
The emperor, without listening, turned toward the startled crowd. "Latterly, the Galileans have overwhelmed me with demands for the return of lands belonging to the churches, and the Valentinians accuse the Arians of having robbed them of their properties. To cut short dispute, I have given half of those lands to the Gallic warriors, and the other half to the imperial treasury, and I am decided to act similarly in future. By what right, you ask? But is it not more easy for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven? You glorify poverty, Galileans? Why murmur against me? In taking property which you yourselves have taken from your brother heretics, or from Olympian temples, I am only restoring you to wholesome poverty and the narrow way into the heavenly kingdom. An evil smile curled his lips.
"We're injured unjustly,"
groaned the two old people. "Well, suffer the injustice," answered Julian. "You should rejoice in persecution. What are these sufferings to eternal bliss?" The old man, unprepared for this deduction, stammered in dismay as a forlorn hope.
"We are your faithful slaves, Augustus. My son serves on the military staff in a distant fortress of the Roman frontier, and his superior officers think well of him."
"Is he also a Christian?" interrupted Julian.
"Yes,"
sighed the old man, and was immediately dismayed at the avowal. "You have done well to warn me. As proved enemies of the Roman Augustus, Christians must not henceforth occupy high imperial office, above all in the army. I am more of your master's opinion than you are yourselves. How should disciples of Jesus do justice according to the Roman law, when he has said, 'Judge not, and ye shall not be judged'? How should Christians rightly defend the empire by the sword, when they were taught by him, 'He who shall take up the sword shall perish by the sword'? And again, 'Resist not evil'? Therefore, for the safety of your souls, we shall withdraw Christians from the law and from the army of Rome, that helpless and disarmed, and free from frivolous earthliness, they may reach the kingdom of heaven." Smiling inwardly, and so robbing his hatred of still greater bitterness, the emperor strode rapidly toward the temple of Apollo. The old people stretched their arms after him, sobbing,
"Caesar, we did it unwittingly. Take our house, our land, all that we have, but have pity on our son."
The philosophers wished to enter the temple, but the emperor waved them back. "I came to the festival alone. I alone will offer the sacrifice. Let us go in," he added, addressing Gorgias. "Close the doors, and let none of the unconsecrated enter." And the doors were shut in the faces of his philosopher friends. "Unconsecrated? How do you like that?" asked Gargillus moodily. Libanius stood sulking in silence. Mauritius, with a mysterious air, dragged his friends into a corner of the portico, and touching his forehead with a finger, murmured, "Do you understand?" All were dumbfounded. "Is it possible?" Mauritius began to reckon. First, pallor, feverish appearance, disordered hair, irregular step, incoherent speeches. Second, excessive harshness and nervousness. Third, this stupid war against the Persians. By Pallas, it clearly means madness. The friends drew closer and began to tell each other all sorts of anecdotes. Sallustius, who held aloof, contemplated the group with a bitter smile. Within the temple Julian found Hephaestion, who brightened on seeing him, and several times during the rite gazed into the emperor's face, as if the two had some secret in common. Shining in the sunlight, the colossal statue of Apollo stood in the midst of the temple, its body ivory and its garments golden, like those of the Zeus by Phidias at Olympia. The god, stooping slightly, was pouring the nectar of his cup to the Earth Mother, praying her to restore him Daphne. A slight cloud passed above the temple. Shadows ran over the time-yellowed ivory. It seemed to Julian that the god benignly stooped still lower to receive the offering of the last adorers, the weak priest, the apostate emperor, and the deaf-mute son of the Sibyl. "This is my reward," thought Julian. "I wish for no other glory nor guerdon, O Apollo. I thank thee for the curses of the crowd, and for thy grace in making me live and die alone, like thyself. There where the populace praise there is no God. Thou art here, in this sanctuary profaned. O God, scorned by mankind, now art thou far more beautiful than of old, when they adored thee. On the day marked for me by the fates, let me be joined again to thee, O radiant one. Let me die in thee, Sun, as the fire of the last offering dies in thy rays." So prayed the emperor, tears streaming down his cheeks, and one by one the drops of the victim's blood fell like tears on the half-consumed embers. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 13. A profound obscurity enveloped the wood of Daphne on all sides. A hot wind was hunting the clouds along. For days not a drop of rain had fallen on the cracked and arid earth. The laurels were shaking their black branches to heaven. The low roar of the cypresses in their titanic alleys was like the murmur of a crowd of angry old men. 2 persons were gliding cautiously through the shadow towards the temple of Apollo. The smaller, who had green eyes like a cat, saw clearly through the night, and was leading the more stalwart by the hand. "No, no, you scoundrel! We shall break our necks in some ditch."
"There's no ditch here. What are you afraid of? Since you adopted the new religion, you've become a regular old woman."
"An old woman? When I used to hunt the bear, my heart had never a throb the quicker. But here, this isn't a job like that. We shall swing for it, side by side, on the same gallows, my boy."
"Nonsense! Be quiet, you great fool." The small man again began dragging along the bigger, who carried an enormous truss of hay and a pickaxe. They arrived at a postern door of the temple.
"Here, use the pick,"
muttered the little man, groping with his hands for cracks in the stone.
"And you can cut the cross timbers with the axe."
Suddenly there came a cry, like the complaint of a sick child. The tall man trembled in all his limbs.
"What is it?"
"The demon!" exclaimed the little one, his eyes staring with affright, clutching at the clothes of his companion.
"You won't desert me, old fellow?"
"It's an owl. Well, he can plume himself on having scared us." The enormous night bird, startled from his nest, flew away with a sobbing cry.
"Let's give it up," said the tall man. "That will never kindle."
"Why not? The wood's rotten, dry as tinder in the sun, and all worm-eaten. A single spark will do. Come, work along." And the little man shoved the taller. "Now push the straw into the hole. More, more, for the glory of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost."
"Why are you fidgeting about like an eel?" said the tall man in annoyance. "And what is there to laugh at?"
"What? The angels of heaven must be rejoicing. Only remember, uncle, if we're taken, don't deny what we've done. We'll have a pretty little blaze. Here, take the flint and steel."
"Go to the devil," answered the other. "You shan't tempt me, cursed little snake. Ha! Kindle yourself."
"Ah, you're crying off." And trembling with rage, the little man seized the big man by the beard. "I'll be the first to denounce you. I shall be believed."
"Leave me alone, damn you. Give me the flint. I've had enough of this."
The sparks sprang out. The smaller man, for greater comfort, or to complete his resemblance to a young snake, laid himself flat on his stomach. Thin tongues of flame ran through the straw, which had been soaked in pitch. Thick smoke arose. A mass of flame shone readily on the distressed face of the giant Aragarus and the monkey-like visage of the little Syrian, Strombix, who began leaping and laughing like one drunk or mad. "We'll destroy it all, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost! Ho, ho, ho! A pretty little blaze, eh?" There was something ferocious in his destructive glee. Aragarus, pointing to the darkness, muttered, "Don't you hear something?"
Not a soul was in the wood, but the incendiaries, in the roaring of the wind and the moaning of the cypresses, imagined that they heard voices. Aragarus began to run. "Take me on your shoulders, comrade! You've long legs!" Aragarus halted. Strombyx sprang on the shoulders of the Sarmatian like a squirrel, and they fled away. The little Syrian dug his knees into his companion's ribs and put his arms round his neck to avoid falling. In spite of his fear, he laughed and shouted with joy. The pair gained the open field. Between the clouds, the moon in its last quarter was shining, and the wind roared harshly. Strombyx, on the giant's shoulders, seemed an evil spirit riding his victim to hell. The idea, in fact, suddenly struck Aragarus that the demon, in the shape of a great cat, was hunting him along with his claws to the abyss. The giant made desperate bounds to shake off his burden. The hair bristled on his head, and he yelled with terror. The black double figure of the pair running, stooped towards the dry, hard earth, over the withered fields, was silhouetted against the pale horizon. At the same hour, in his chamber in the palace at Antioch, Julian was having a secret interview with the prefect Sallustius Secundus. "Where shall we obtain, well-beloved Caesar, the necessary food for such an army?" "I'll send to Sicily, to Egypt, to Apulia, in all directions, where the harvests are abundant," answered the emperor. "I can answer for it that there will be food enough." "And money?" asked Sallustius. "Would it not be better to postpone this campaign till next year? Wait a little." Julian strode up and down the room. Suddenly he halted before the other man. "Wait!" he exclaimed angrily. "One would say the word was a kind of password. It is repeated to me so often. Wait, as if it were possible to wait now, to weigh, vacillate, hesitate. Are the Galileans waiting? Understand, Senator, I must achieve the impossible. I must return from Persia great and terrible, or not return at all. No more conciliations or half-measures are possible. Why speak of reason? Did the Macedonian Alexander conquer the world by reason? The beardless young man who, with a mere handful of soldiers, went to fight the monarchs of Asia. Was he not mad in the sight of reasonable men like you? What gave him victory?" "I do not know," responded the prefect evasively. "I suppose the valor of the hero—" "No!" exclaimed Julian. "The gods! Understand, Sallustius, the Olympians can grant me the same grace, and a greater still, if it please them. I will cross the world from east to west, like the great Macedonian, like the god Dionysus. When I come back victorious from Asia, we shall see what the Christians have to say, whether they will mock at the sword of the Roman emperor as they mock at the plain robe of the philosopher." His eyes seemed glittering with madness, and Sallustius, seeing that further objection was useless, said nothing. But when Julian began to walk up and down, the prefect shook his head, and deep pity was expressed in the kindly gaze of the old man. "The army must be ready to march," continued Julian. "I desire it. Do you hear? I will have no excuses nor delays. Arsaces, the Armenian king, has promised help. There is bread. What more is lacking? I must know that I can at any moment set out against the Persians. On this depends not only my glory, but the safety of the Roman Empire, and the victory of the gods against the Galileans." The warm wind, blowing into the chamber, agitated the 3 flames of the lapidary. A shooting star scored the dark blue night sky and vanished. Julian saw it, and was strangely thrilled. Outside the door, voices were heard. Someone knocked. "Who is there? Come in," said the emperor. They were his philosopher friends. Libanius, at their head, seemed more emphatic and sullen than usual. "What is your desire?" asked Julian coldly. Libanius knelt, still retaining his arrogant air. "Let me depart, Augustus. I can no longer endure life at your court. My patience is exhausted. Every day there is some new insult to put up with. And he spoke at length of rewards, the moneys received by him no longer, of ingratitude in view of his services, and the splendid panegyrics with which he had glorified Caesar. But Julian, unheeding, gazed at the celebrated orator with disgust. Could this really be the same Libanius whose speeches he had admired so much in youth? What baseness! What vanity! Then all the philosophers began speaking at once. Their voices rose. They mutually accused each other of impiety, debauchery, peculation, repeating the most fatuous scandals. The scene was a petty civil war, not of the wise, but between parasites waxed fat through prosperity, ready to fly at each other's throats through pride, anger, and idleness. At last the emperor uttered a word which brought them back to their senses. "Masters!" All were silenced, like so many frightened magpies. "Masters," repeated Julian, with bitter irony, "I have heard you long enough. Permit me to relate you a fable. An Egyptian king had a set of tame apes, trained to perform a war dance of Epirus. They were costumed in helmets and masks. Their tails were hidden under the imperial purple, and while they were dancing it was difficult to believe they were not human. This spectacle gave general delight for years. But on one occasion, one of the spectators happened to throw on the stage a handful of nuts. And what happened? The warriors tore off their purple and masks, readjusted their tails, dropped on all fours, and began to bite each other. How do you like my fable, masters?" Everybody was silent. Suddenly Sallustius took the emperor by the hand and pointed to the open window. Under the somber masses of clouds, a reddish light, tossed by a violent wind, seemed slowly spreading. "Fire! Fire!" all present cried. "On the other side of the river," some suggested. "No, at Garandama," others cried. "No, it must be at Gezere, in the Jew quarter." "It's neither at Gezere nor at Garandama," exclaimed a voice, with the exultant tone of one in a crowd at sight of a conflagration. "It is in the wood of Daphne." "Apollo's temple," murmured the emperor, whose heart was beating wildly. "The Galileans!" he shouted with a mad voice, rushing to the door, then to the staircase. "Slaves, quick! My charger and 50 legionaries!" In a few moments all was ready. A black colt, trembling all over and with a dangerous look in his bloodshot eyes, was led into the courtyard. Julian rode at a breakneck speed through the streets of Antioch, followed by his legionaries. The crowd scattered in terror before them. One man was knocked down, and another trampled to death, but their cries were drowned by the thunder of hoofs and the clatter of arms. The open country was reached. Julian knew not how long the mad gallop lasted. 3 legionaries fell with their foundered horses. The glow became brighter and brighter, and the smell of smoke perceptible. The fields, with their dusty vegetation, assumed a yellowish hue. A curious crowd rushed up from every side, like moths to a flame. Julian noticed the joyousness of their faces, as if they were hurrying to a festival. Tongues of flame glittered in thick smoke clouds above the wood of Daphne. The emperor penetrated into the sacred enclosure. There the crowd was bellowing and exchanging pleasantries and laughter. The calm alleys, abandoned by all for so many years, were swarming. Rioters profaned the wood, broke down branches of ancient laurels, befouled the springs, and trampled on the sleeping flowers. The cool odor of narcissus and lilies strove with the stifling heat of the fire and the breath of the people. "A miracle from God!" murmured the crowd gleefully. "I myself saw lightning fall from heaven and kindle the roof." "No, thou liest. The earth split in the middle of the temple and vomited flames underneath the idol." "It's death. It was after the abominable order to shift the relics. They thought they could do it without let or hindrance, Pooh! So much for your temple of Apollo and prophecy from the sacred spring. It is a blessing. Julian saw in the crowd a woman half-dressed, as if newly risen from bed. With a stupid smile, she was wondering at the fire, while cradling on her arm an infant at the breast. Tears still trembled on the eyelashes of the little one, but he quieted himself, sucking vigorously at the breast, against which he had propped himself with one hand, while stretching the other towards the flames as if for a new plaything. The emperor reined up his horse. Further advance was impossible by reason of the heat. The legionaries stood awaiting orders, but Julian saw that the temple was doomed. From base to roof it was enveloped in flames, like an immense brazier. Walls, joists, and carven crossbeams were falling in with crash after crash, and whirlwinds of sparks mounted to a sky which came down lower and lower, lurid and menacing. The flames seemed to lick the clouds, struggling against the embraces of the wind, and, roaring, flapped like great sails. The laurel leaves writhed in the heat, and doubled themselves as in torture. The peaks of the cypresses, kindled like huge torches, gave up the smoke of sacrifice. Drops of resin fell thickly from the centenarian trees, old as the temple. Julian gazed haggardly at the fire. He wished to give an order to the legionaries, but drawing his sword from the scabbard and curbing his restive horse, he could only ejaculate impotently between clenched teeth, "Oh, wretched, wretched people!" Shouts of the crowd sounded in the distance. Julian recollected that the entrance to the treasury was at the back, and the idea occurred to him that the Galileans were pillaging the wealth of the god. He made a sign and dashed in that direction, followed by the legionaries. A melancholy procession brought him to a halt. A few Roman guards who had run up in haste from the village of Daphne were carrying a rude litter. "What is it?" asked Julian. "The Galileans have stoned the priest Gorgias to death." "And the treasury?" "It is untouched. Standing on the threshold of the door, the priest defended the entrance. He never left his post until a stone stretched him on the ground. Then they killed the child. The Galilean horde, after trampling them underfoot, would have got into the treasury if we hadn't arrived in time." "Is he still alive?" "Hardly breathing." The emperor leapt from his horse. The litter was laid gently down, and Julian, stooping, cautiously lifted a corner of the old chlamys of the priest, which covered both bodies. The old man was stretched with closed eyes and scarcely heaving breast on a bed of fresh laurel branches. Julian's heart shook with pity when he saw the red-nosed old drinker, whom he had thought so scandalous a few days before. He remembered the poor goose in the wicker basket, the last offering to Apollo. On the snowy hair drops of blood stood like berries, and laurel leaves and lace lay in a wreath on the priest's head. By his side lay the little body of Hesperion, his cheek resting on his hand. He seemed asleep. Julian thought, "Such must Eros be, son of the love goddess, killed by the stones of Galileans." And the Roman emperor knelt in veneration before the martyrs to Olympus. In spite of the loss of the temple, in spite of the stupid triumph of the mob, Julian felt in this death the presence of the god. His heart softened, even his hate disappeared, and with humble tears he kissed the old man's hand. The dying man opened his eyes. "Where's the child?" he asked under his breath. "Here, near you." Julian gently placed the hand of Gorgias on the locks of Hesperion. "Is he alive?" asked Gorgias, stroking the child's curls for the last time. He was so weak that he could not turn his head, and Julian had not the courage to reveal the truth. The priest fixed a suppliant look on the emperor. "Caesar, I entrust him to you. Do not abandon him." "Be assured, I will do all that I can for the little one." So Julian took under his protection one to whom not even a Roman Caesar could now do good or harm. Gorgias let his hand remain on the head of Hephaestion. Suddenly his face lighted. He tried to say something, and stammered incoherently, "Rejoice! Rejoice!" He gazed before him with eyes wide open, sighed, paused in the midst of the sigh, and his look faded. Julian closed the eyes of the dead. Suddenly exultant songs were heard. The emperor wheeled round and saw a long procession marching down the cypress alley. A great crowd of priests, in dalmatics of cloth of gold covered with precious gems, deacons swaying censers, black monks bearing lighted tapers, virgins and youths clothed in white, children waving palm branches, and above the crowd on a lofty car the relics of Babylos in a glittering silver shrine. They were the relics expelled by Caesar's orders from Daphne to Antioch. The expulsion had become a victorious march. The people were singing the ancient Psalm of David, glorifying the God of Israel. "He is clothed in clouds and darkness." Above the moanings of the wind and the roarings of the fire soared the triumphant chant of the Galileans to the lurid vault of the sky. "Clouds and darkness surround him. Fire tramples out his enemies before him, and the mountains melt like wax before the face of the Lord of all the earth." Julian grew pale at the audacity of joy resounding in the last line. "Let all those who serve and boast themselves of their idols tremble, and let all gods bow down before him." The emperor leapt upon his horse, drew his sword, and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me!" He was about to rush in, disperse the triumphant mob, overset the shrine, and scatter the bones of the saint, but a firm hand seized the bridle of his horse. "Out of the way!" cried Julian furiously, lifting his sword. Next moment his arm fell. Before him stood the stern, calm face of Sallustius Secundus, who had just arrived from Antioch. "Caesar, do not strike the unarmed. Be yourself!" Julian put back his sword in the scabbard. His helmet scorched his head. He tore it off and flung it to the earth, wiping away great drops of sweat. Alone and bareheaded, he advanced towards the crowd, signing them to halt. "Inhabitants of Antioch," he said almost calmly, restraining himself by a supreme effort, "know that the rioters and setters on fire of the temple of Apollo will be punished without mercy. You scorn my pity? We shall see how you will scorn my anger. The Roman Augustus could blot your town from the earth, so that men should forget that Antioch the Great ever existed. But I go forth to war against the Persians. If the gods grant that I return in triumph, woe be to you, rioters! Woe to thee, Nazarene, the carpenter's son!" And he stretched out his sword above the heads of the crowd. Suddenly he fancied he heard a voice saying, "The Nazarene, son of the carpenter, makes ready thy shroud." Julian thrilled, turned round, but saw no one. He passed his hand over his eyes. Was it an hallucination? At that moment from the interior of the temple came a deafening noise. Part of the roof had fallen on the statue of Apollo, which reeled from its pedestal. The procession went on its way, taking up again the psalm. "Let those tremble who serve and boast themselves of their idols, and let all gods of the earth bow down before him." End of section 35. Section 36 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Escareno. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 14.
Julian passed the winter in preparations for his Persian campaign. At the beginning of spring, on the 5th of March, he quitted Antioch with an army of 65,000 men. The snow was melting from the mountains. In fruit gardens, the leafless young apricot trees were trimmed with pink blossoms. The soldiery marched gaily to the war as to a festival. The dockyards of Samos had built a fleet of 1,200 ships, wrought of enormous cedars, pine, and oak from Taurus gorges, and the fleet had ascended the Euphrates as far as the city of Leontopolis. By forced marches, Julian passed by Hierapolis to Carrhae, and thence along the Euphrates as far as the southern Persian frontier. In the north, another army of 30,000 men had been sent out under the generals Procopius and Sebastian. Joined to the forces of the Armenian Arsaces, these were to lay waste Adiabene, Apolloniaris, and, traversing Corduene, rejoin the principal army on the banks of the Tigris at Ctesiphon. All had been provided for, combined and planned with ardor by the emperor himself. Those who understood the plan of campaign were amazed, and not without reason, at its wisdom, simplicity, and greatness of conception. At the beginning of April, the army reached Circesium, a post remarkably fortified by Diocletian on the frontier of Mesopotamia, at the junction of the Araxes and the Euphrates. There a bridge of boats was constructed, Julian having given the order to cross the frontier on the following morning. Late that evening, when all was ready, he returned to his tent, fatigued but satisfied. He lit his lamp in order to resume his favorite work, for which part of his night was reserved. It was a study in pure philosophy, against the Christians. He used to write it in snatches, within sound of the trumpets and camp songs and challenging sentries. He rejoiced in the idea that he was fighting the Galilean with every weapon lying to his hand, by battlefield and book, by Roman sword and Hellenic learning. Never did the emperor part with the works of the fathers, ecclesiastical canons and creeds of the councils. On the margin of the New Testament, which he studied with no less care than Plato and Homer, he would make caustic annotations with his own hand. Julian took off his dusty armor, sat down before his table, and, dipping his reed pen in ink, began to write. His leisure was immediately invaded. 2 couriers had just arrived in camp, one from Italy, the other from Jerusalem. Their news was by no means agreeable. An earthquake had destroyed the city of Nicodema in Asia Minor, and subterranean rumblings had raised to the highest pitch the terror of the inhabitants of Constantinople. The books of the Sibyls, moreover, forbade the crossing of the frontiers before the year had elapsed. The courier from Jerusalem brought a letter from the dignitary Alypius of Antioch. By a strange contradiction, Julian, the worshipper of the manifold Olympus, had decided to rebuild the temple, destroyed by the Romans, of the one God of Israel, in order to refute, in the face of time and the world, the prophecy of the gospel, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." Matthew 24:2. The Jews responded with enthusiasm to the emperor's appeal. Gifts flowed in from all sides. The plan of rebuilding was a superb one. The work was promptly taken in hand, and Julian confided the general supervision to his friend, the learned and noble Alypius of Antioch, formerly proconsul of Britain. "What has happened?" asked Julian, before unsealing the missive, perturbed at the somber face of the courier. "A great misfortune, well-beloved Caesar." "Speak, fear nothing." "So long as the workmen were working at the ruins and demolishing the old walls, all went well. But hardly had they proceeded to lay the first stone of the new edifice, when flames, in the shape of balls of fire, escaped from the vaults, overturned the blocks, and scorched the workmen. On the following day, on the order of the most noble Alypius, the works were resumed. The miracle was repeated, and also a third time. The Christians are triumphant, the Hellenes in despair, and not a single workman will consent to go down into the vaults. Nothing remains of the edifice, not one stone."
"Hush, fool! You must be a Galilean yourself," exclaimed the emperor. "These are old wives' tales." He broke the seal, unfolded, and read the letter. The courier spoke the truth. Alypius confirmed his words. Julian could not believe his eyes. He reread the message carefully, bringing it nearer to the lamp. His face flushed with anger and shame. He bit his lips and threw the crumpled papyrus to the physician Oribasius, who stood hard by. "Read! Either Alypius has gone mad, or indeed— No, that's impossible." The young Alexandrian doctor picked up and read the letter with the calmness which never deserted him. Lifting his clear and intelligent eyes to Julian's, he answered, "I see in this no miracle. Scientific men described the phenomenon long ago. In the vaults of old buildings, which have been sealed from the air for centuries, there collects a dense, inflammable gas. To go with a lighted torch into these vaults is enough to explain the explosion and kill the rash workman. To the ignorant and superstitious, this of course appears a miracle, but it is perfectly natural and explicable." He laid the letter on the table with a slightly pedantic smile on his thin lips. "Ah, yes, to be sure," said Julian, not without bitterness. "The earthquakes at Nicomedia and Constantinople, the prophecies of the Sibylline books, drought at Antioch, conflagrations at Rome, inundations in Egypt, all are perfectly natural. Only it is odd that everything is in league against me, earth and water, fire and sky, and even the gods, I believe." Sallustius Secundus came into the tent. "Sublime Augustus, Tuscan wizards, charged by you to ascertain the will of the gods, beg you to wait, not to cross the frontier tomorrow. The birds of the oracles, despite all prayers, refuse food, and will not even pick at the grains of barley." At first Julian frowned angrily, but his face immediately brightened, and he burst into a surprising fit of laughter. "Really, Sallustius, they won't peck at anything, eh? Then what must we do with these obstinate beasts? Suppose we retrace our steps to Antioch amid the laughter of the Galileans? My dear friend, go back immediately to these Tuscan wizards, and tell them my will. Let the fowls be thrown into the river. Do you understand? These pampered birds are not pleased to eat. Let's see if they will drink. Carry my orders." "Is this some jest, Caesar? Do I understand you rightly? In spite of everything, we are to cross the frontier tomorrow?" "Yes, and I swear by my next victory and the greatness of Rome that no prophetic bird shall daunt me, neither water, earth, nor fire, not even the gods. It is too late. The die is cast. My friends, is there anything in all nature superior to the will of man? In all the Sibylline books, is there anything stronger than the words, 'I will'? More than ever I feel the mystery of my life. No auguries shall enmesh me. Today I believe in, and yet I laugh at them. Is it sacrilege? So much the worse. I have nothing to lose. If the gods abandon me, I will deny them." When everyone had gone out, Julian approached the little statue of Mercury with the intention of praying, as he usually did, and casting some grains of incense on the tripod. But suddenly he turned away with a smile, lay down on the lion's skin which served him as bed, and, extinguishing the lamp, fell into a deep and careless slumber, as folk often do on the brink of misfortune. Dawn had hardly risen when he awoke in higher spirits than on the evening before. The trumpet sounded. Julian leapt on horseback and rode to the banks of the Araxes. It was a cool April morning. A gentle wind bore the nocturnal desert warmth from the banks of the great Asiatic river. All along the Euphrates, from Circesium as far as the Roman camp, stretched the fleet, over a space of nearly 2 miles. Since the reign of Xerxes, no such display of forces had ever been seen here. The sun's first rays glittered behind the mausoleum raised to Gordian, the conqueror of the Persians, killed in that place by the Arab Philip. The edge of the purple disk rose from the desert like a burning coal, and all the tops of the masts and sails grew red in the morning fog. The emperor raised his hand, and the earth-shaking mass of 65,000 men began the march. The Roman army began to cross the bridge that separated it from the Persian frontier. Julian's horse carried him over the bridge and up a high sandy hill on the enemy's soil. The centurion of the imperial guard, Anatolius, the admirer of Arsinoe, marched at the head of the Palatine cohort. Anatolius looked at the emperor. A great change had come over Julian during the month passed in the open air amidst the healthy toils of campaigning. It was difficult to recognize in this masculine warrior so hale of visage, whose young glance was brilliant with gaiety, the thin and yellow-faced philosopher, dull-eyed, ragged-bearded, nervous in movement, with ink-stained fingers and toga, Julian the rhetorician, who had served as butt for the street boys of Antioch.
"Hark! Hark! Caesar is going to speak!"
All was silent. The clink of arms, the noise of waves lapping sides of ships, and the silky rustle of the standards were the only sounds audible.
"Warriors, my bravest of the brave," said Julian in his strong voice, "I read such gaiety, such boldness on your faces, that I cannot help addressing you some words of welcome. Remember, comrades, the destiny of the world is in our hands. We are going to restore the old greatness of Rome. Steel your hearts, be ready for any fate. There is to be no turning back. I shall be at your head, on horseback or on foot, taking all dangers and toils with the humblest among you, because henceforth you are no longer my servants, but my children and my friends. If fate kills me, happy shall I be to die for our great Rome, like Scaevola and the Curiatae and the noblest of the Decii. Courage then, my comrades, and remember that the strong are always conquerors." He stretched his sword with a smile toward the distant horizon. The soldiers in unison held up their bucklers, shouting in rapture, "Glory! Glory to conquering Caesar!" The galleys glided down the reaches of the river. The Roman eagles hovered above their cohorts, and the emperor rode on his white horse to meet the rising sun across the cold blue shadow on the desert sand cast from the pyramid of Gordian. Soon was Julian to quit the light of day for the long shadow of the solitary grave. End of section 36.
Section 37 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Priamedes. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 15. The army was marching along the left bank of the Euphrates, on the broad plain, level as the sea, and covered with silvery wormwood. Not a tree was in sight. On all sides lay grass and sweet-smelling bushes. From time to time, troops of wild asses appeared on the horizon, raising clouds of dust. Ostriches were seen running, and the soldiers used to roast the delicate flesh of the bustard at their campfires. Jests and songs lasted till nightfall. The desert received these soldiers, hungry for glory, booty, and blood, with mute caresses, starry nights, gentle dawns and sunsets, night coolnesses breathing the bitter smell of wormwood. Deeper and deeper they plunged into the solitudes, without meeting the enemy. Hardly had they passed, when calm descended on the plain, as on the sea over a sunken ship, and the grass, trampled by the legionaries, lifted up anew its soft spears. Suddenly, the desert became menacing. Clouds hid the sky. Rains began, and a soldier watering his horses was killed by lightning. At the end of April came the heats.
soldiers envied their comrades who marched in the shadow of a dromedary or of a wagon. The men of the north, Gauls and Sicambri, began to die of sunstroke. The plains became sad, bare, tufted here and there with scorched grass, and every step sank into the sand. Fierce gusts of wind assailed the army, tearing the standards from their poles and blowing away tents. Then again a calm was restored, which in its strangeness and profundity seemed to the frightened soldiers more terrible than tempest. Raillery and marching songs ceased, but the march went on, day after day, and yet they never caught a glimpse of the enemy. At the beginning of May, the palm groves of Assyria were reached. At Mazaproct, where lay ruins of the enormous wall constructed by ancient Syrian kings, the enemy was seen for the first time. The Persians hastily retreated, and under a rain of poisoned arrows, the Romans crossed the wide canal joining the Euphrates to the Tigris. This magnificent piece of engineering, made of Babylonian brick, cutting Mesopotamia in two, was called Nazar Malka, the River of Kings. Suddenly, the Persians disappeared. The waters of the Nazar Malka rose, overflowed the banks, and flooded the vast surrounding plains. The Persians had organized the inundation by opening the sluices and dikes which lay on all sides, threatening the friable wastes. The foot soldiers marched on, up to the knees in water, and their legs sank deep into mud. Entire companies disappeared into invisible ditches. Even horsemen and dromedaries with their burdens vanished suddenly. The track had to be sounded for with poles. The whole desert was transformed into a lake, and the palm groves appeared like islands. "Whither are we going?" the cowardly began to murmur. "Why not retire at once to the river and get on shipboard? We are soldiers, not frogs made for dabbling through mud." Julian marched on foot with the infantry, even in the most difficult places. He helped to haul the laboring chariots out of mud holes by their wheels, and laughed at his own soaked and clay-stained purple. Fascines and floating bridges were formed of palm stems, and at nightfall the army succeeded in reaching a dry place. The soldiers fell asleep, utterly exhausted. In the morning, they saw the fortress of Priamedes. From the tops of walls and inaccessible towers, spread with thick carpets and goatskins to defend them from the shock of siege weapons, the Persians poured down scorn upon their enemies. The whole day passed in the exchange of insults and projectiles. Then, profiting by the darkness of a moonless night, the Romans, in absolute silence, carried the catapults and battering rams from their ships, which had all this way accompanied the march, and propped these weapons against the walls of Priamedes. The fosses were filled with earth, and by means of a malleolus, or enormous spindle-shaped arrow, full of an inflammable matter made of pitch, sulfur, oil, and bitumen, the Romans succeeded in setting the goatskin carpets on fire. The Persians rushed to extinguish the conflagration, and profiting by the momentary confusion, the emperor ordered an attack by the great battering ram. This was a huge pine stem, swung by chains from a pyramidal tower of beams, and pointed by a ram's head in metal. 100 strong legionaries, hauling in rhythm on thick ropes made of ox sinew, slowly heaved and balanced the enormous shaft. The first blow sounded like the rumbling of thunder. Earth shook and the walls resounded. The furious ram butted his metal head in a swift and tremendous succession of blows against the walls. There was a great crash. An entire corner of the wall had given way. The Persians, with despairing cries, fled in all directions, and Julian, the star of whose helmet glittered through clouds of dust, bright and terrible as the star of Mars, galloped into the conquered town. For 2 days the army rested under the fresh and shadowy groves on the other side of the city, the men regaling themselves with a kind of wine made of palm juice and amber-clear dates from Babylon. Then they resumed their march and entered a rocky plain. The heat was painful. Men and horses died in great numbers. At noon, the air danced above the rocks in burning rays, and through the ashen-gray desert wound the silvery waves of Tigris, like a lazy serpent basking his coils in the sun. The Romans saw at length, beyond the Tigris, a lofty rock rising rose-colored, bare, and jagged. This was the second fortress defending Ctesiphon, the southern capital of Persia. It was a place far more difficult to take than Priamedes, and soared to the clouds like an eagle's nest. The 16 towers and double enclosing walls of Mérejkowsky were built with the famous bricks of Babylon, sun-dried and mortared with bitumen, like all the ancient monuments of Assyria, which fear not the centuries. The attack commenced. Again the ungainly slings groaned, and the pulleys of scorpions and onagers, or frames for flinging stones. Again huge flaming beams hissed like arrows from their engines. At the hour when even lizards go to sleep in fissures of the rock, the sun rays fell vertically on the backs and heads of soldiers, stifling them like a crushing weight. The desperate legionaries, in defiance of their officers and of increased danger, snatched off their helmets and bloodied armor, preferring the chance of wounds to enduring that fearful heat. Above the brown towers and loopholes of Mérejkowsky, vomiting poisoned arrows, lances, stones, leaden bullets, and Persian fire darts of choking sulfur, stretched the dazzling blue-gray of a dusty sky, blind and implacable as death. The heavens beat down the hatred of men. Besiegers and besieged, utterly exhausted, ceased fighting, and a silence of noonday, more sullen than the blackest night, fell on both hosts. The Romans lost no whit of their courage. After the taking of Priamedes, they believed in the invincibility of the emperor, compared him to Alexander the Great, and expected miracles from him. For several days, on the east side of Mérejkowsky, where the rocky steep was less abrupt, soldiers were set to hollow a tunnel. This mine, passing under the walls of the fortress, led up to the center of the town. The width of the passage, 3 cubits, allowed 2 soldiers to proceed abreast. Huge beams at intervals supported the ceiling. The diggers worked gaily. The damp and obscurity seemed delicious to them after the excess of sunlight. "A day or 2 ago we were frogs, and now we're moles," said the soldiers to each other, laughing. 3 cohorts, the Matiarians, Lactiniarians, and Victorians, 1,500 picked men, keeping the sternest silence, crawled into the subterranean passage, impatiently waiting orders to burst into the town. At daybreak, the attack was expressly directed on 2 opposite sides, in order to divert the attention of the Persians, and Julian himself led up the soldiers by a single narrow path under a hail of stones and arrows. "We shall see," he said to himself with glee at the danger. "We shall see if the gods preserve me, or if, by a miracle, I shall escape death even now." Some irresistible curiosity, or thirst for the supernatural, urged him to expose himself, and with a defiant smile to challenge fate to do her worst. It was not death he feared, but only defeat in his purposeless and intoxicating game against the higher powers. The soldiers followed him on, fascinated by, and catching the contagion of, his mad mood. Meantime, the Persians, laughing at the efforts of the besiegers, were singing on the battlements songs in glory of King Sapor, son of the sun. And from the precipitous terraces they shouted to the Romans, "Julian will scale the heavenly palace of Ormuzd before he gets into our fortress." When the fire of action had risen to its hottest, the emperor, in a low voice, sent word to his officers on the far side of the city. The legionaries hidden in the tunnel burst out into the interior of the city, and found themselves in the cellar of a house where an old Persian woman was kneading bread. She uttered a piercing cry at the sight of the Roman legionaries and was promptly killed. Then, gliding unperceived, they threw themselves on the rear of the besieged. The Persians flung down their arms and scattered into the streets. The Romans then rushed to the city gates, and by the double assault the town was taken. From that moment, not a legionary doubted that the emperor, like Alexander of Macedon, would conquer the whole of the Persian Empire as far as the Indies. Leaving its larger ships behind on the Euphrates, the army now drew near to Ctesiphon on the river Tigris. But Julian, whose almost unnaturally feverish imagination gave his enemies no time to recover, made practicable the old Roman canal, hollowed by Trajan and Septimus Severus between the Tigris and the Euphrates, the same channel that had been filled in and flooded by the Persians. By this means, the whole fleet left the Euphrates and reached the Tigris a little above Ctesiphon. The conqueror found himself thus at the center of the Asiatic Empire. On the following day, Julian summoned a council of war and declared that the troops should be transported that night to the other bank under the walls of the capital. Dagolev, Ormisdas, Secundinus, Victor, Sallustius, all seasoned warriors, were terrified at this idea. For hours they strove to persuade the emperor to relinquish so rash a project, urging the fatigue of the soldiers, the width and rapid currents of the river, the steepness of the banks, the proximity of Ctesiphon, and the innumerable army of Sapor, the Persians being certain to make a sortie at the moment of disembarkation. Julian would listen to nothing. "Wait as long as we will," he exclaimed impatiently. "The river will not grow narrower, nor the banks less steep, and the Persian army will get bigger every day we delay. If I had listened to your advice, we should still be at Antioch." The chiefs left his tent in consternation. "He cannot last long in this mood," murmured the well-tried and wily Dagolev, a Goth grown old in the service of Rome. "Remember what I tell you. He seems gay, and even laughs, but there is something ill in his expression. I have seen it in people who are close to despair or death. That gaiety augurs evil." The warm, misty twilight descended rapidly on the immense river reaches. At a given signal, 5 galleys bearing 400 warriors were unlashed from their moorings, and for long nothing was heard but the regular dip of their muffled oars. Then silence. The obscurity became impenetrable. Julian gazed fixedly in the direction in which the boats had disappeared, concealing his emotion under affected cheerfulness. The generals muttered among themselves. Suddenly a blaze lit up the night. Everyone drew his breath, and all looks were turned on the emperor. He understood what that blaze meant. The Persians had succeeded in setting light to the Roman ships by means of fireballs hurled from engines on the other bank. Julian grew pale, but immediately collecting himself and giving his soldiers no time to think, he rushed into the first ship lying alongshore and shouted to the army, "Victory! Victory! Do you see that fire? They have landed and are masters of the bank. I myself ordered the cohorts to light the bonfire as a signal of success. Follow me, comrades." "What is this?" muttered the prudent Sallustius in his ear. "All is lost. That fire is on board our galleys." "Caesar has gone mad," groaned the terrified Ormisdas to Dagolev. That wily barbarian shrugged his shoulders in perplexity. With an irresistible impulse, the legions dashed down to the river, all ranks elbowing each other and shouting, "Victory! Victory!" Jostling, falling into the water, dragging each other out, the men swarmed on board. A few small boats nearly sank, and there was no room on the galleys to take over all. Many cavalry swam across, hanging to the manes and tails of their horses. The Celts and Batavians flung themselves into the water, pushing over afloat their great hollowed leather shields. Through fog they swam, many being caught and whirled round in eddies. But regardless of danger, they too shouted "Victory! Victory!" from the water. So great was the number of ships that the current was slightly broken, thus aiding the swimmers. The conflagration of the first 5 galleys was extinguished without difficulty. Then only did all ranks understand the emperor's audacious ruse, but the spirit of the soldiers rose still higher after the avoidance of such a danger. Now everything seemed possible. A little before dawn, they made themselves masters of the heights of the far bank, but hardly had the Romans time for a brief rest on their arms when they saw at daybreak a vast army sally from the walls of Ctesiphon into the plain round the city. The battle lasted 12 hours. The Persians fought with the fierceness of despair. Julian's army here saw for the first time the great war elephants, which could crush a cohort like a tuft of grass. Never had the Romans won such a victory since the great days of the emperors Trajan, Vespasian, and Titus. On the following morning at daybreak, Julian brought a grateful offering to Ares, the god of war. It consisted of 10 white bulls, beautiful beasts like those on the old Greek bas-reliefs. The whole army was given up to merrymaking. Only the Tuscan wizards, who at every victory of Julian's had become more somber, mute, and enigmatic, remained obstinately sullen. The first bull, arrayed with laurels, was led to the smoking altar. He walked slowly and passively. Suddenly he stumbled to his knees, lowing pitifully, almost humanly, so that a thrill ran through the spectators, and then, burying his muzzle in the dust, shuddered. Before the axe of the slayer had touched his forehead, he had reeled over and died. A second bull similarly fell dead, then a third and a fourth. All paced weakly to the altar, seeming hardly able to stand upright, as if attacked by some mortal malady. The army was in dismay at the presage. Some said that the Etruscan wizards had poisoned the bulls to revenge themselves for the emperor's contempt for their art. 9 bulls thus fell, and the 10th, snapping his bonds, escaped, and rushed bellowing through the camp, beyond hope of recapture. The ceremonial became disorganized, and the augurs smiled among themselves a satisfied smile. When the entrails of the dead bulls were opened, Julian, being skilled in magic, saw at a glance terrifying omens in the organs. He turned aside, his brow dark with wrath, attempting but failing to assume carelessness. Turning again, he approached the altar and spurned it violently with his foot. The altar reeled, but did not fall. The crowd uttered deep sighs, and the prefect Sallustius rushed towards the emperor, whispering,
"The men are looking. It would be better to cut short the sacrifice."
Julian waved him away, and overturned the altar with his foot. The embers were scattered, and the fire extinguished, but the fragrant smoke still thickly ascended. "Woe! Woe upon us! The altar is profaned!" groaned a voice. "I tell you, he is mad!" growled Hormisdas, grasping Dagolev's arm. "Look at him! How is it that the rest don't see it?" The Etruscan augurs watched the proceedings, motionless, with imperturbable faces. Julian's eyes kindled, and he raised his arms to the sky. He cried, "I swear by the eternal joy locked here in my heart, I renounce you as you have renounced me. I abandon you as you have abandoned me, impotent deities. Single-handed against you, phantom Olympians, I am like unto you, but not your equal, because I am a man, and you are only gods. Long, long has my heart aspired to this deliverance, and now I break our alliance, laugh at my superstitious terrors, at your childish oracles. I was living like a slave, and I might have died a slave. I understand that I am stronger than the gods, because vowed to death, I have conquered death. No melancholy, no fear, no victims, no prayer. All that is past. Henceforth in my life there shall not be a single shade, nor trembling, nothing, except that everlasting Olympian smile which I have learnt from you, the dead. Nothing but the sacred fire of which I rob you, O immortals. Mine be the cloudless sky in which you have dwelt till now, and from which you have died, to give place to man-gods. Maximus, Maximus, you were right. Over my soul your mind hovers still." An augur of 90 years put his hand on the shoulder of the emperor.
"Speak lower, my son, speak lower. If thou hast understood the mystery, rejoice in silence. Tempt not the crowd. Those who hear thee cannot understand."
The general murmurs of indignation became louder. "He's raving," said Hormisdas to Dagolev. "Take him to his tent, or all will go ill." Oribasius, like the devoted physician that he was, took Julian's hand and began to persuade him soothingly.
"Well-beloved Augustus, you must take rest. There are dangerous fevers in this country. Come into the tent. The sun is hurtful. Your illness may get worse."
The emperor looked at him with a preoccupied air. "Stay, Oribasius. I have forgotten something."
"Ah, yes, yes. It is the chiefest thing of all. Listen, say not the gods are no more, but rather the gods as yet are not. They are not, but they shall exist. Not in fables, but on earth. We shall all be gods, all. Only to become so we must create in ourselves such daring as no man has yet felt. Not even Alexander."
The agitation of the army became more pronounced. Murmurs and exclamations joined into a general hum of indignation. No one clearly understood, but everyone had a suspicion that something abnormal was going on. Some cried, "Sacrilege! Set up the altar again!" Others answered,
The sacrificial priests have poisoned Caesar because he would not listen to them. Let us kill them. They are bringing ruin on us." The Galileans took advantage of the occasion and slipped about from group to group, whispering and inventing pieces of scandal.
"Were you watching the emperor? It is the chastisement of God on him. Devils have seized him and troubled his mind. That's why he revolts against his own gods. He has renounced the one God."
As if awakening from a deep sleep, the emperor looked slowly over the crowd, and at last asked Oribasius indifferently, "What is the matter? These shouts? What has happened? Ah, yes, the altar upset." And contemplating the extinct embers with a sad smile, he said, "Do you know, my learned friends, one cannot offend people more than by telling them the truth. Poor simple children. Well, let them cry. Let them weep. They will get over it. Come, Oribasius, we will go into the shade. You are right. The sun is dangerous. I am tired, and my eyes hurt me." Julian went slowly away, leaning on the arm of the doctor. At the door of his tent he made a languid sign that all should leave him. The door curtain was lowered, and the tent plunged in darkness. The emperor went up to the camp bed, a lion's skin, and sank on it exhausted. He remained stretched thus a long time, holding his head tightly in his hand, as in childhood, after some fit of anger or disappointment. "Quiet, quiet, Caesar is ill," the general said to calm the soldiers, and the men were immediately dumb. Throughout the Roman camp, as in the chamber of the dying, reigned the silence of painful expectation. The Galileans alone took time by the forelock, gliding furtively hither and thither, penetrating everywhere, hawking about sinister rumors, and, like reptiles waked by the sun's warmth after their winter's sleep, ceaselessly whispered,
"Do you not understand? This is the punishment of God on him."
End of section 37. Section 38 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Priamedes. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 16. More than once did Oribasius prudently lift the door curtain, bringing refreshing drink to the sick man. Julian refused it, and kept asking to be left alone. He feared human faces, noise, and light. Keeping his hands pressed against his head, and closing his eyes, he endeavored to keep his mind a blank, to forget where he was, to forget every emotion. The protracted effort of will sustained during the last 3 months had changed him, and left him weak and broken, as after a long illness. He knew not whether he was asleep or awake. Visionary scenes, trains of pictures glided before his eyes, one after another, with amazing swiftness and intolerable precision. Sometimes he fancied he was in bed, in the great hall at Macellum. Old Labda had given him her blessing for the night. The snortings of the horses picketed near the tent became the dull snoring of Mardonius, which the boys used to laugh at. He felt happy, and again a young boy, unknown by anyone, far from the world, hidden amongst the Cappadocian mountains. He smelt the fresh and subtle smell of hyacinths in the first warmth of the March sun, within the little courtyard of the priest Olympiodorus. He heard the silver laughter of Amaryllis, and the murmur of the fountain, the metallic clink of the Cotobos, and the voice of Diaphane. "Children, the gingerbread cakes are ready." Then all vanished. Then the only sound he heard was of the first flies, humming in a nook out of the wind, on the white, warm-sunned wall by the seashore, and he was blissfully watching sails bathed in the infinite softness of the blue Propontic Sea, and he believed himself alone in a delicious solitude, undisturbed by a single face, and, like the little dancing gnats of the white wall, luxuriated in sheer happiness of living, in the sunlight, in the calm.
Suddenly half waking, Julian remembers that he is in the heart of Persia, that he is the Roman emperor, that he alone is responsible for the lives of 60,000 legionaries, that the gods are no more, that he has thrown down the altar of sacrifice. He shivers, and an icy chillness invades his body. He is falling through the void, with nothing in the universe to arrest his fall. Perhaps an hour, perhaps 24 hours, may have elapsed in this kind of half-slumber. Then, no longer dreaming, but in reality, he hears his faithful slave saying as he thrusts his head under the door-curtain, "Caesar, I am afraid of disturbing you, but I dare not disobey. It was your order that you should be immediately informed. The chief Ariphus has just arrived in the camp." "Ariphus!" exclaimed Julian, rising. "Ariphus! Bring him here, quickly!" This was one of his bravest commanders, sent with a detachment to ascertain whether the auxiliary army of 30,000 men, under the command of Procopius and Sebastian, was not coming with the troops of his ally Arsaces to join the emperor under the walls of Ctesiphon. Julian had long been awaiting this help, on which the fate of the principal army depended. "Bring him!" exclaimed the emperor, "or no, I myself will—" But his weakness was not yet dissipated. Despite this momentary over-excitement, his head swam. He closed his eyes and had to support himself against the canvas wall of the tent. "Give me wine, strong wine, mixed with cold water." The old slave rapidly executed the order, and gave the cup to the emperor, who drank slowly and issued from the tent. It was late in the evening. A storm had passed far into the distance across the Euphrates, and the wind was still fresh with the smell of rain. Rare stars, trembling like watchlights in the breeze, shone in the gapped cloud. From the desert came up the barkings of jackals. Julian laid bare his breast, held his forehead in the wind, surrendering himself to the soft breath of the sinking gale. He smiled at the thought of his own cowardice. His weakness had disappeared. Strength returned to him. He was sensible of the tension of his own nerves, and felt eager to command, to act, to pass the night without sleep, to battle and play with life and death, and again to conquer peril. Only from time to time was he conscious of shivering. Ariphus came. The news was lamentable. All hope in the help of Procopius and Sebastian was lost. The emperor was abandoned by his allies in the middle of Asia. There was even reason to suspect treason on the part of the wily Arsaces. At this moment it was announced that a deserter from the camp of Sapor desired to speak with the emperor. This Persian prostrated himself before Julian and kissed the earth. His body was monstrous. His hideous head had been disfigured by Asiatic torture, the ears cut off, and the nostrils torn from the face made his visage like that of a human skull, but the eyes were bright, intelligent, and resolute. He was robed in rich fire-colored silk, spoke Greek villainously, and was accompanied by 2 slaves. The Persian called himself Artaban, a satrap calumniated to Sapor, who had therefore tortured him. He had come to the Romans, he said, for revenge on his own king. "O Lord of the universe," said Artaban with fallacious emphasis, "I will deliver Sapor up to thee, bound hand and foot like a sacrificial lamb. I will lead thee by night to the camp, and softly shall thy hand take the king, as children take young birds in their snares. Only hearken to Artaban. Artaban has plenitude of power, and knows the king's secrets." "What reward do you expect from me?" asked Julian. "Vengeance. Come with me." "Whither?" "To the north, through the desert, 325 parasangs, then through the mountains eastward, straight on Susa and Ecbatana." The Persian pointed to the horizon. Over there," he repeated, fixing his eyes on Julian. "Caesar," said Hormisdas to the emperor, "take care. I don't like this man's face. He's a sorcerer, a brigand, or perhaps much worse. Sometimes queer things happen in these latitudes.
Get rid of him. Don't listen to him." Julian paid no heed to the words of Hormisdas. He felt the strange fascination of the Persian's supplicating eyes. "Do you know every step of the road which leads to Ecbatana?" "Oh, yes, yes," exclaimed the Persian with a contented laugh. "How should I not know it? Every grain of sand in that desert, every roadside well. Artaban knows the meaning of the bird's song, hears the grass growing, and the waters flowing under the earth. He will run before thine army, nosing the scent, tracing the road. Believe me, in 20 days all Persia, as far as the Indies and the ocean, shall be thine." The heart of the emperor began beating violently. "Can this be the miracle I was waiting for?" he mused. "In 20 days Persia shall be mine." He could scarcely breathe at the thought. The monster kneeling before him murmured, "Hound me not away from thee. Like a hound shall I remain lying crouched at thy feet. From the moment I saw thee, I loved thee, Lord of the universe, because thou art the proudest of men. Oh, that thou wouldst walk over my body, that thou wouldst trample on me, and I would lick the dust from thy feet, chanting glory, glory to the Son of the Sun, to the King of the East and of the West, Julian." He kissed the emperor's feet, and the 2 slaves prostrating themselves also repeated after him, "Glory, glory, glory." "But what to do with the ships?" thought Julian aloud to himself. "Leave them unarmed in the hands of the enemy, or keep them?" "Burn them," breathed Artaban. The words thrilled Julian, who looked strangely at the Persian. "Burn them? What sayest thou?" Artaban raised his head and looked steadfastly into the emperor's eyes. "Hast thou fear? Thou? No, no. Men alone are fearful, but not the gods. Burn the ships, and thou shalt be free as the wind. Thy ships shall not fall into the power of the enemy, and thine army be swelled by the soldiers that work the fleet. Be great and bold to the very end. Burn them, and in 10 days thou shalt be under the walls of Ecbatana. In 20 days all Persia shall be thine. Thou shalt be greater than the son of Philip, who conquered Darius. Only burn thy ships, and follow me." "And if these are but lies, if I can read in your heart that you are lying," exclaimed the emperor, seizing the Persian with one hand by the throat, and with the other menacing him with a dagger. Hormisdas uttered a sigh of relief. For some instants, Artaban sustained the gaze of the Roman without speaking, and Julian again felt the fascination of those eyes, so intelligent, audacious, and servile. "If thou dost not believe me, let me die by thy hand," repeated the Persian. Julian relaxed his hold and returned the poignard to its sheath. "It is terrible and pleasant to look thee in the eyes," continued Artaban. "Thy visage is that of a god, that as yet no one knows. I alone know that thou art. Do not repulse thy slave, sire." "We shall see," murmured Julian, thoughtfully. "Long have I desired to fight your king in the desert. But the ships—" "Oh yes, the ships," murmured Artaban. "Thou must set out at once, this night, so that the inhabitants of Ctesiphon cannot see us. Thou must burn them." Julian did not answer. "Take them away," he said, pointing out the deserters to his legionaries. "Keep them under close watch." And returning to his tent, he halted and raised his eyes. "Is this true? So quickly and so simply? I feel that my will is the will of the gods. I have but to think, and it is accomplished." The joyfulness in his heart became intenser. Smiling, he pressed his hand on his breast to suppress its tumultuous beating. He still was conscious of shiverings, and his head felt leaden, as if he had passed the day in too fierce a sun. Ordering Victor, an old general blindly devoted to him, to come to his tent, he confided to him the golden ring bearing the imperial seal.
"To the commanders of the fleet, Constantius and Lucilian," Julian ordered laconically. "Before daybreak they must burn the ships, except the 5 largest freighted with bread, and the 12 smaller ones which serve as pontoon bridges. Burn all the rest. Anybody opposing this order will answer for it with his head. Keep the most absolute secrecy. Go." He gave him a piece of papyrus on which was written a curt order to the commander of the fleet. Victor, as usual, astonished at nothing, kissed the hem of the imperial purple and went out. Julian then, in spite of the late hour, convoked a council of war. The generals met in his tent, moody, suspicious, and secretly irritated. In a few words, Julian explained his plan of going northwards to the center of Persia, and then eastwards towards Ecbatana, to seize the king unawares. All revolted against the idea, raising their voices simultaneously, and not hiding the fact that Julian's plan seemed to them sheer madness. Fatigue, lack of confidence, and spite were expressed on the faces of the oldest and wisest soldiers. Several spoke curtly, all in opposition. Sallustius Secundus said, "Whither are we going? What more do we want? Think, Caesar, we have conquered half Persia. Sapor offers better conditions of peace than ever Asian monarch before has offered to any Roman conqueror, even to the great Pompeius, Septimus Severus, or Trajan. Let us then conclude peace before it is too late, and win back to our own country."
"The soldiers are grumbling," observed Dagolaif. "Don't push them to despair. They're worn out. The number of wounded and sick is great. If you lead them farther into an unknown desert, we can answer for nothing. Have mercy on them. And are not you yourself in need of rest? You must be more tired than any of us."
"Let us turn back," cried all the generals. "To go on would be madness." At that moment, a dull, menacing sound broke out behind the tent, a sound like the rumbling of a furious sea. Julian leant ear, and immediately understood. It meant mutiny. "You know my will," he said coldly to the chiefs, motioning them to the door. "It is unshakable. In 2 hours we must be upon the march. See that all is ready." "Well-beloved Augustus," answered Sallustius with respectful self-possession, "I will not leave this tent without telling you what I ought to tell you. You have spoken with us, your equals not in power but in valor, in a manner unworthy of a Roman pupil of Socrates and Plato. We can only pardon your words by setting them down to a momentary weakness of the nerves, which clouds your imperial understanding." "Is that so?" exclaimed Julian sarcastically, growing pale with stifled anger. "Then, my friends, it is the worse for you are now in the hands of a madman. I have just given the order to burn the ships, and my orders are at this moment being carried out. I foresaw your sage counsel, and have cut off your means of retreat. Now your lives are in my hands, and I shall oblige you to believe in miracles." All stood overwhelmed. Sallustius alone pushed towards Caesar, and taking his hands, cried, "It is impossible! Caesar, surely! You have not, actually—" He broke off the sentence and dropped the hands of the emperor. All the company stood up listening. The cries of the legionaries became louder and louder. The noise of mutiny came nearer, like the sound of tempest over immense forests. "Let them shout," said Julian calmly. "Poor children! Whither will they go without me? You understand? That is why I burn the ships, the last hope of the cowardly and the idle. There is now no possible return, except by miracle. Now are you bound to me for life and death. In 20 days Asia will be ours. I have girt you with terror that you may conquer all and become like me. Rejoice! Like Dionysus, I will lead you through the world, and you shall be the masters of men and gods." Hardly had he pronounced these words when a cry of infinite despair resounded through the host. "They are on fire! They are burning!" The generals rushed out of the tent, followed by Julian. They saw the glow of conflagration. Victor had transmitted the emperor's orders literally, and Julian himself watched the flaming spectacle with a smile. "Caesar! May the gods protect us! He has escaped!" With these words, a centurion fell at Julian's feet, pale and trembling. "Who has escaped? What mean you?" "Artaban! Artaban! Woe be on us! Caesar, he has deceived thee!" "Impossible! And the slaves?" stammered the emperor, overwhelmed. "Have just confessed under torture that Artaban was not a satrap, but a tax collector of Ctesiphon. He invented this device to save the city and lead you into the desert to deliver you to the Persians. He knew that you would burn the ships. They also said that Sapor was advancing at the head of a great army." The emperor rushed to the riverbank to find Victor. "Put out the fires! Quench them quickly as possible!" But his voice failed. Staring at the huge blaze, Julian perceived that no human force could conquer the flames, which were augmented by a violent wind. He held his head in his hands, and although with no faith nor prayer in his heart, raised his eyes to heaven, as if there seeking succor. The stars were shining above, faint, almost invisible. The mutiny rolled on, becoming more and more menacing. "The Persians have burned the ships," groaned some, stretching their arms toward the river. No, it was the generals, to drag us still farther into the desert and leave us there," others cried incoherently. "Kill the priests," yelled some. "The Etruscans have poisoned Caesar and sent him mad." "Glory to Augustus Julian the Conqueror," shouted the faithful Gauls and Celts. "Silence, traitors! So long as Caesar breathes, we have nothing to fear." The cowardly were weeping. Our country! We won't go a step farther. We would sooner die. Ah, we shall sooner see our own ears than see our own land again. We are lost, comrades. The Persians have us in a trap." "Do you see clearly now?" said the exultant Galileans. "He is possessed of demons. Julian has sold his soul, and they're dragging him to the abyss. Are we going to let a demoniac lead us?" And nevertheless, Julian, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, murmured as in a dream, "What matters it? The miracle will be accomplished." End of section 38. Section 39 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Priamedes. The Death of the Gods, by Dmitry Merezhkovsky. Translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 17. It was the 16th of June, and the first bivouac on the night of the retreat. The army had refused to go farther. Neither prayers, commands, nor threats of the emperor had brought them to reason. Celts, Romans, pagans, Christians, brave men and cowards, all had answered in the same words. "Let us go back to our own country." The chiefs rejoiced in secret. The Tuscan augurs openly triumphed. After the burning of the ships there had been a general insurrection, and now not only the Galileans, but the Olympians and Hellenists were persuaded that a curse was on the emperor's head, and that the Furies were pursuing him. When he walked through the camp, talk would cease, and people edge away from him in fear. Sibylline books and the Book of Revelation, Tuscan wizards, Christian prophecies, gods and angels joined forces to crush the common foe. The emperor then announced that he would lead his men homewards, northward through the fertile provinces of Apolloniatus and Adiabene. According to this plan of retreat, while retaining a hope of forming a junction with the troops of Procopius and Sebastian, Julian consoled himself with the thought that he was keeping within the borders of Persia, and that he might still encounter Sapor's army, deliver battle, and win a decisive victory. The Persians were no longer visible. Desiring to weaken the Romans before a crushing attack, they set on fire their own rich campaigns of barley and wheat, and destroyed every store and granary in the country. Julian's soldiers marched through a black desert, still smoking with traces of fire. Famine soon set in. In order to augment the invaders' distress, the Persians had broken the canal dikes and flooded the fields, being aided in this endeavor by brooks and torrents which had overflowed their courses, owing to the melting of the snow on the Armenian mountains. The flood dried up quickly under the burning rays of the June sun, but left the warm soil coated with slimy mud. Asphyxiating vapors and the bitter odor of ashes and of rotting vegetation loaded the air every night and befouled the drinking water, the food, and even the rags of the soldiers. Myriads of insects rose from corrupted marshes. Mosquitoes, venomous horseflies, rose in clouds around the beasts of burden and fastened themselves on the men. Their subtle hum went on night and day. Maddened by stings, the horses died or stampeded. The oxen broke their traces and overturned the wagons. After exhausting marches through defiles and fords, the soldiers obtained no rest. Tents were no refuge against the insects, and to get any sleep the men had to wrap their heads in stifling cloaks, while the bites of a certain small, transparent, dung-colored fly produced swellings and boils, which gradually became a horrible purulent plague. During the last days of the march, the sun was invisible. The low, dense, stifling sky was a white cloth of cloud, and its motionless glare still more painful to the eyes than the naked sun. And so they kept marching, wasted, weak, with hung head and feeble step, day after day, between the implacable sky and the black burnt earth. Surely, they thought, Antichrist, the man apostate from God, must have intentionally led them into this accursed place to leave them to their doom. Some murmured, "Curse the generals," but incoherently as in a dream. Others kept praying and whining like sick children, begging a crust of bread or a mouthful of wine from their companions. Many from weakness dropped and died on the road. The emperor ordered the last rations kept for himself and for his staff to be distributed among the famished rank and file. He contented himself with a thin soup of flour and suet, a fare from which the meanest soldier would have revolted. Thanks to extreme temperance, he felt continually full of nervous excitement, and at the same time a lightness of body, as if he had wings. This lightness sustained him and increased his strength tenfold. He attempted not to think of the future, but to return to Antioch or Tarsus defeated, and to submit to Galilean ridicule that he would certainly never endure. One night the soldiers were resting, the north wind having driven off the flies. Oil, flour, and wine from the last imperial supply had assuaged their hunger. The hope of return gradually revived. The camp became silent. Julian withdrew to his tent. Now he was wont almost to dispense with sleep, or if he slept at all, it was towards daybreak. If by chance profound slumber overtook him, he would wake terrified, with drops of cold sweat on his forehead. He had need of full possession of consciousness to stifle the dull pain gnawing at his soul. Entering his tent, he trimmed the lamp with a pair of snuffers. Rolls of parchment and the Gospels lay around him on the ground in disorder. He began to write his favorite work, Against the Christians, begun 2 months previously at the opening of the campaign. Reclining with his back turned to the tent door, Julian was rereading the manuscript, when suddenly he heard a slight noise. He turned round, uttered a cry, and sprang to his feet. He thought he saw a ghost. On the threshold stood a youth, clothed in a ragged brown garment of camel's hair, a dusty sheepskin, the melotes of the Egyptian anchorites, flung over his shoulders. His bare feet were shod in sandals of palm wood. The emperor scanned him, waiting, unable to pronounce a word. "Do you remember," said a well-known voice, "do you remember, Julian, how you came to me in the convent? Then I repulsed you, but I have not been able to forget you, because we are singularly like each other, singularly near each other." The lad threw back his black hood. Julian saw the bright brown hair, and recognized Arsinoe. "Whence? Why have you come? Why are you clad thus?" He still feared, lest this might be some spirit, which would vanish as unexpectedly as it had appeared. In a few words, Arsinoe narrated to him her fortunes since their last parting. After leaving her guardian Hortensius, and giving the greater part of her wealth to the poor, she had long lodged with the anchrites to the south of Lake Mareotis, west of the Nile, among the sterile mountains of Libya, and the terrible Nitrian and Scythian deserts. She had been accompanied by the young Juventinus, the disciple of old Didymus. They had been taught daily by the ascetics. "And then," asked Julian, not without a certain apprehension, "and then, girl, did you find among them what you were seeking for?" She shook her head and said sadly, "No, flashes of light, illusions, hints as always elsewhere." "Speak on, tell me all," implored the emperor, his eyes brilliant with hope and gratitude. "How can I?" she answered slowly. "For my friend, I was seeking the freedom of the soul, but it has no existence here." "Yes, yes, is not that true?" cried Julian, exultant. "That was what I told you, Arsinoe." She seated herself on a stool covered with a leopard skin, and continued her tale calmly, with the same sad smile. Julian listening in an avidity of joy. "Tell me, how did you leave those unhappy desert folk?" demanded Julian. "I was tempted once," replied Arsinoe. "Once in the desert among the rocks I found a fragment of white marble. I picked it up and long wondered at it, sparkling in the sun, and suddenly I remembered Athens, my youth, my art, and you. I awoke, and I decided to return to the world, to live and die as God had created me, as an artist. At that moment the old Didymus had a vision, in which I was the means of reconciling you with the Galilean." "With the Galilean!" ejaculated the emperor. His face darkened, his eyes lost their fire, the triumphant laugh died on his lips. "Curiosity, too, drew me again towards you," continued Arsinoe. "I wished to know if you had attained truth in the way you pursued, and what summit you had reached. I resumed the habit of a monk. Brother Juventinus and I descended the Nile as far as Alexandria, then a ship took us to Antioch, and we have journeyed with a great Syrian caravan through Apamea, Epiphania, and Edessa to the frontier. After 1,000 dangers, we crossed the Mesopotamian desert abandoned by the Persians, and not far from the village of Abuzat, after the victory at Ctesiphon, we saw your camp. And so I am here. And you, Julian?" He sighed and hung his head without answering. Then, scanning her, he demanded, "And now you too detest him, Arsinoe?" "No. Why?" she answered simply. "Why detest him? Did not the sages of Hellas come near in their teaching to the message of the Galilean? Those who in the desert martyrize the soul and body are far from the humble son of Mary. He used to love children, freedom, cheerfulness, and the fair white lilies of the field. He loved beauty, Julian. We have wandered from him and become entangled and embittered. All call you the apostate, but it is they who are the apostates." The emperor knelt down before Arsinoe, and raised upon her eyes full of prayer. Tears coursed slowly down his lean cheeks. "It must not be," he murmured. "Do not speak. Why? Let be what has been. Do not again become mine enemy." "No, I must say it all to you," exclaimed Arsinoe. "Listen, I know that you love him. It is so, and that is the fatality upon you. Against whom have you revolted? What kind of enemy are you for him? When your lips are cursing the crucified, your heart is aspiring after him. When you are struggling against his name, you are closer to him, closer to his spirit, than those who repeat with dead lips, 'Lord, Lord.' And it is they who are your enemies and not he. Ah, why do you torture yourself more than the Galilean monks?" The emperor tore himself from the clasp of Arsinoe and stood up, pale as one dead. His face again grew restless, and in his eyes shone the old hatred. He muttered with sorrowful irony, "Away with you! Go from me! I know the devices of the Galileans." Arsinoe gazed at him in fear and despair, as at one insane. Julian, what is the matter? Is it possible that a mere name—" But he had regained cold self-possession, His eyes were lusterless, his air indifferent, almost contemptuous. The Roman emperor was speaking to a Galilean. "Depart, Arsinoe. Forget all that I have said. It was a moment of weakness, which is over. I am tranquil. You see, we must remain strangers. The shadow of the crucified is always between us. You have not renounced him, and he who is not his enemy cannot be my friend." She fell on her knees before him.
Why, what are you doing? Have pity on me. Have pity on yourself, before it is too late. For this is madness. Return, or you must—
She paused, and he completed the sentence for her with a haughty smile. "Or I must perish, you mean, Arsinoe? Be it so. I shall follow my road to the end, lead where it may. If, as you say, I have been unjust toward the wisdom of the Galileans, remember what I have borne at their hands. How numberless, how despicable were my enemies! The other day some Roman soldiers found before my eyes, in a Mesopotamian marsh, a lion tortured by flies. They had buried themselves in his throat, in his ears, in his nostrils, choking his breath, sealing his eyes, and in their stinging myriads had mastered even his powers at last. Such shall my death be, and such the victory of the Galileans over Caesar." The girl still held out towards him her pale hands, but without a word, without a hope, like a friend towards a friend who is dead. Between the two still lay that abyss which is not to be crossed by the living. Towards the 20th of July, the Roman army, after a long journey across burnt plains, found a little grass which had escaped from the devastators in the deep valley of the river Durus. A field of ripe wheat was found hard by. The soldiers reaped it, and rested in the valley 3 days. Unspeakably happy, the legionaries threw themselves down on the verdure, breathing the delightful moisture of the earth, and brushing the cool blades of grass against their dusty faces. On the morning of the 4th day, the Roman sentinels perceived a cloud of smoke or dust. Some supposed it to be the wild asses, which usually roamed in herds for safety against the attack of lions. Others affirmed that it was the Saracens, attracted by the news of the siege of Ctesiphon. A few expressed their fears lest it should prove to be the principal army of King Sapor. The emperor ordered the call to arms to be sounded on the bugles. The cohorts, in strict defensive order, sheltered by their locked shields, as by walls of metal, formed a camp half circle-wise on the river bank. The cloud of smoke or dust remained on the horizon until evening, nor could any divine with certainty what lurked behind it. The night was dark and still, with not a star in the sky. The Romans did not sleep. They stood round huge bivouac fires in mute restlessness, awaiting the dawn. End of section 39.
Section 40 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky, translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 18. At sunrise they saw the Persians. The enemy was advancing slowly. Experienced soldiers estimated their number at nearly 200,000. Hill after hill unmasked new bodies of men, and the glittering of the arms on these detachments, in spite of distance and dust, was almost dazzlingly bright. The Romans, with hardly a word in the ranks, left the valley of the previous night and ranged themselves in battle order. Their faces were stern but not sad. Danger now stifled their hatred, and all looks were fixed upon the emperor, Christians as well as pagans, seeking to surmise from his expression whether they might still hope for success. At that hour Julian was beaming with joy. Long, long had he awaited this encounter with the Persians, awaited the miracle in which victory would give him such renown and power that the Galileans could no longer resist. He was haughty as one of the old heroes of Hellas. Danger seemed to spiritualize him, and a gay and terrible light was in his eyes. The heavy and dusty morning of the 22nd of July seemed the prelude to a day of burning heat, and the emperor objected to wear a breastplate and remained clad in a light silken tunic. Victor, the general, came up holding a coat of mail and said, "Caesar, I have had a bad dream. Tempt not fate, wear armor." Julian silently waved his hand in negation. The old man fell on his knees. "Put it on! Have pity on your slave! This battle will be perilous." Julian took a shield, flung the light purple of his chlamys over his shoulder, and vaunting on horseback said, "Let me be, old friend. I need nothing." He vanished, his golden crested helm glittering for a while in the sun, while Victor anxiously followed him with his eyes. Julian disposed his army in a peculiar form, like a crescent. The enormous half circle was to bury its 2 points in the Persian mass and squeeze it inwards from the 2 sides. The right wing was commanded by Degalaief, the left by Hormisdas, Julian and Victor leading the centre. The trumpet sounded. The earth trembled under the soft and heavy tread of the Persian elephants, wearing huge plumes of ostrich feathers on their foreheads. Turrets of hide were lashed on the back of the beasts by thick thongs, and each turret held 4 archers, who shot flaming arrows of tow and pitch. The Roman horse did not stand the first shock. With deafening roars and race trunks, the elephants opened their huge moist gullets. The legionaries felt in their faces the hot wind of the monsters, maddened before battle by a special drink made of wine, pepper, and spices. With foot spikes painted in vermilion and tipped with steel, the elephants disemboweled horses, and their trunks whirled horsemen from the saddle and dashed them against the ground. The torrid heat of the afternoon raised from the trumpeting beasts a rank odour of sweat, which made the horses wince, rear, and tremble violently. One cohort had already taken flight. It happened to be a body of Christians. Julian pursued them, and striking the chief decurion full in the face, cried furiously, "Cowards! I suppose praying is the only thing you are good for." The light Thracian archery and Paphlagonian skirmishers now advanced against the elephants. Behind them marched Illyrians, skilful throwers of the leaded javelins, the Martiobarbali. Julian gave the order to aim arrows, stones, and javelins at the legs of the elephants. An arrow struck an enormous Indian beast in the eye. He trumpeted and reared. The girths snapped. Saddle and leather turret slid and upset, shedding the Persian archers like birds from a nest. Confusion followed among the huge pachyderms. Wounded in the legs, they staggered and fell, and their squadron became little more than a mountain of grey masses. Their feet in air, their trunks bleeding, their armour smashed, they lay among ruins of the turrets, half-crushed horses, and piles of Roman and Persian dead. At last the elephants took flight, and rushed headlong against the Persians, trampling them underfoot. This particular danger had been foreseen by the barbarian tactician. The previous instance of the battle under Nisibis had shown that an army may be defeated by its own allies. Now the mahouts began to slash the monsters with curved cutlasses between the 2 joints of the spine lying nearest the skull. A single blow in this exact spot, sufficing to kill outright the largest and strongest of the great beasts. The cohorts of Matteo Barbari charged, clambering over the wounded and pursuing those in flight. At this instant Julian galloped to support the left wing. On that side rode the Persian Klebanarii, a famous body of cavalry, bound man to man by a strong chain, and clad in invulnerable scale armor. They received the waves of battle like a row of bronze equestrian statues. They could only be wounded through narrow slits left for mouth and eyes. Against the Klebaniars, Julian sent his old faithful friends, the Batavians and the Celts. They would die for a smile from Caesar, gazing at him with eyes of childlike adoration. The right wing of the Romans was assailed by Persian chariots drawn by galloping zebras. Scythes were affixed to their axles, which, sweeping along with incredible swiftness, mowed legs from horses and heads from soldiers, and lopped bodies in half, easily as the reaper's sickle takes the corn. Towards the end of the day, weighed down in their overheated armor, the Klebaniars wavered. Julian massed all his forces against them. They broke and reformed, but their ranks at last became confused and fled. A cry of triumph broke from the emperor's lips. He galloped ahead, pursuing the fugitives, not perceiving that he was far in advance of his main body. A few bodyguards surrounded the Caesar, among them old General Victor. This old man, though wounded in the hand, was unconscious of his hurt, not quitting the emperor's side for a moment, and shielding him time after time from mortal blows. He knew that it was as dangerous to approach a fleeing army as to enter a falling building. "Take heed, Caesar," he shouted. "Put on this mail of mine." But Julian heard him not, and still rode on, his breast lying bare to drink in the wind, as if he, unsupported, unarmed, and terrible, was hunting his countless enemies by glance and gesture only from the field. Laughter was on his lips. Through the cloud of dust raised by the furious gallop of the horse shone the Burtian helmet, and the outspread folds of his chlamys streamed into two great wings of purple that seemed to bear him farther and yet farther. In front, a small detachment of Saracens was in flight. One of these horsemen, turning in his saddle, recognized Julian by his raiment, and pointing him out to his comrades, uttered a guttural cry like that of an eagle. "Malek! Malek! The king! The king!" All wheeled round, and at full gallop sprang upright, standing on their saddles, their long white vestments streaming, and lances poised above their heads. The emperor saw the bronze face of the young robber, one little more than a lad, riding rapidly towards him on a Bactrian dromedary, from whose shaggy hair lumps of dry mud swung and dangled. Victor parried two lances aimed at the emperor by Bedouins. Then the lad on the camel aimed, his fierce look glittering and white teeth showing, while he cried gleefully, "Malek! Malek!" "That boy is happy," was the thought that flashed through Julian's mind, and I too. He had no time to finish. The lance hissed, and grazing the skin of his right hand, glanced over the ribs and buried itself below the liver. Julian thought the wound a slight one, and seizing the double-edged barb to withdraw it, cut his fingers. Blood gushed out. Julian uttered a cry, flung his head back, fixed his staring eyes on the pale sky, and slid from his horse into the arms of the guard. Victor supported him with tender veneration. gazing with trembling lips at the closed eyes of his sovereign. The tardy cohorts in the rear came up. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky, translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 19. The emperor was carried into his tent and laid on his camp bed. Still in a swoon, he groaned from time to time. Oribasius, the physician, drew out the iron lance head and washed and bound up the deep wound. By a look, Victor asked if any hope remained, and Oribasius sadly shook his head. After the dressing of the wound, Julian sighed and opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he asked in surprise with a glance round. Then, hearing the distant noise of battle, he remembered all, and with an effort rose upon his bed. "Why have you brought me here? Where is my horse? Quick, Victor!" Suddenly his face writhed with pain. Friends hastened to support him, but he thrust back Victor and Oribasius. "Permit me, I must be with them to the end." His soul was struggling against death. Slowly, with infinite difficulty, he tottered to his feet, a faint smile playing on his lips and the old fire in his eyes. "You see, I am able-bodied still. Quick, give me my sword, buckler, horse." Victor gave him the shield and sword. Julian took them and made a few unsteady steps, like a child learning to walk. The wound reopened. He let fall his arms, sank into the arms of Oribasius and Victor, and looking up, cried contemptuously, "All is over. Thou hast conquered, Galilean." And making no further resistance, he gave himself up to his friends, and was laid on the bed. "Yes, yes," he repeated softly, "I am dying." Oribasius leaned towards him, consoling him, assuring him that the wound would heal. "Why deceive me?" answered Julian. "I am not afraid." Then he added gravely, "I hope I shall die the death of the righteous." In the evening he lost consciousness. Hour after hour went by. The sun went down. Fighting ceased. A lamp was lighted in the tent, and night slowly descended. Julian did not recover consciousness. His breathing grew weaker. He was thought to be breathing his last. But later his eyes opened, little by little. His look was fixed steadily on a corner of the tent. A rapid whisper broke from his lips. He was in delirium. "Thou here, why? What matters it? All is over. Canst thou not see that? Go, thou hatest laughter, and so we can never forgive thee." Then, regaining his faculties, he asked of Oribasius, "What hour is it? Shall I see the sun?" And he added dreamily, "Oribasius, can it be possible that reason should be really so powerless? I believe it is a weakness of the body. Blood fills the brain, creating phantoms. One must conquer. Reason must." His ideas anew became confused, and his gaze resumed its fixity. "I will not, do you hear? Go, tempter. I do not believe. Socrates died like a god. Reason. Victor, ah, Victor. What do you want from me? Thou, the unappeasable, the implacable. Thy love is more terrible than death. Thy burden is the heaviest of all. Why dost thou look at me so? How much I have loved thee, good shepherd! Only thou, no, no, the pierced feet blood, the death of Hellas, darkness, I want sunlight, the golden sun. On the Pantheon marble, wouldst thou veil the sun? It was 1 o'clock in the morning. The legions had returned to camp with no exultation over their victory. In spite of fatigue, scarcely any slept, all waiting for news from the imperial tent. Many stood sleeping, leaning on their lances around the half-extinguished campfires, and the breathing of picketed horses could be heard, munching captured forage of corn. Between the dark rows of tents, faint white lines showed on the horizon. Stars became yet more chilly and pale. The mists kept spreading, and the steel of lances and shields was clouded with dew. Here and there crew a cock, belonging to the Tuscan soothsayers. A calm sadness hovered over heaven and earth. The scene was elusive as a mirror. The near seemed far off, and the distant came near. At the entrance to Julian's tent stood a throng of generals, friends, and familiar companions, all looking like phantoms in the misty twilight. Still deeper silence reigned within the tent. Aribasius, the physician, was pounding simples in a mortar to make a refreshing drink. The sick man lay calm, and the delirium had left him. At dawn, collecting himself, he asked impatiently, "When will the sun rise?" "In an hour," answered Aribasius, glancing at the clepsydra. "Call the generals," ordered Julian. "I must speak." "Well-beloved Caesar, it may be hurtful." "What matter? I shall not die before the sun rises. Victor, raise my head." He was told about the victory over the Persians, the flight of the enemy's cavalry, and of the 2 sons of Sapor the king, of the death of 50 satraps. Julian showed neither astonishment nor gladness. He remained indifferent. Dagalaief, Hormisdas, Ariphas, Lucilian, and Sallustius came in, headed by the general Jovian. Many, with an eye to the future, had wished to see on the throne this weak and timid man who could be dangerous to none. It was their hope under his rule to recover from the anxieties of the tumultuous reign of Julian. Jovian possessed the art of pleasing all. Tall and handsome in person, he in no way differed from the crowd, aiming at all-round benevolence. Among the intimate friends stood also a young centurion of the imperial horse, the future famous historian, Ammianus Marcellinus. Everyone was aware that he was writing an account of the campaign and amassing documents for a great historical work. Stooping under the tent door, Ammianus drew out tablets and stylus. A keen and impartial curiosity animated his stern face, and with the coolness of an artist or a man of science, he prepared to take notes of the speech of the dying emperor. "Lift the curtain," Julian ordered. It was raised, and everyone stood aside, so that the fresh air of the morning might blow on the face of the dying. The door faced east, and the view to the horizon was unbroken. "Now put the lamp out." The order was executed, and the tent filled with twilight. Everybody stood waiting in silence. "Listen, friends," Julian began. His voice was low but clear. His whole presence breathed the triumph of mind over body, and invincible will still gleamed from those eyes. The hand of Ammianus trembled, but he wrote down the words uttered. He knew that he was writing on the tables of history, and transmitting to men unborn the last words of a great man. Listen, friends, my hour is come, perhaps too soon, but you see, like an honest debtor, I am not sorry to give back my life to nature, and in my soul is neither pain nor fear, nothing but cheerfulness and a forefeeling of the long repose. I have simply done my duty and have nothing to repent of from the days when I daily expected death, like a hunted beast, in the Paris of Marcellum, in Cappadocia, up to the day of greatness, when I took on the purple of the Roman Caesar. I have tried to keep my soul stainless. I have aspired to ends not ignoble. If I have failed, and I have failed, to do all that I desired, you will not forget that most of our earthly affairs are in the hands of destiny. And now I thank the Eternal for having allowed me to die neither after long sickness nor at the hands of the executioner, but on the battlefield, in mid-youth, in mid-endeavour, halfway to achievement. And, dear, dear friends, his voice ceased. Everyone present knelt down. Many were weeping. No, no, my dear friends, said Julian, smiling. Why weep for those who are going back to their own country? Take heart, Victor. The old man tried to answer, but in vain. Then, hiding his face in his hands, he sobbed aloud. Soft, soft, cried Julian, and then turning towards the sky. Ah, there he is. The morning clouds were growing rosy, and the twilight in the tent had become warm and mellow. The first beam of the sun washed over the rim of the horizon. The dying man held his face towards the light with closed eyes. Then Sallustius Secundus went up to Julian and, kissing his hand, said, Well-beloved Augustus, whom do you name as your successor? What matters it? Let destiny decide. We must not resist her. Let the Galileans triumph. We shall conquer later on, and then shall begin on earth the reign of the equal of the gods, souls laughing forever like the sun. Look, behold him. A faint shiver ran through his body, and with a last effort Julian stretched out his arms, as if he would have rushed to meet the rising orb. Blood gushed from his wound, and the veins swelled on neck and temples. Water, water, he whispered, choking. Victor lifted a golden cup of spring water to his mouth. Julian, looking forth from the tent, drank thirstily of the ice-cold draught. Then his head fell back, and the last murmur came from his half-open lips. Helios, receive me into thyself. The eyes went out. Victor closed their lids. The face of the emperor, lying in the sun rays, took on a look of one of the Olympians sleeping. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky, translated by Herbert Trench. Part 2, 20. 3 months had elapsed since the shameful treaty of peace signed by Jovian with the Persians. At the beginning of October, the Roman army, exhausted by famine and forced marches through the deserts of Mesopotamia, had at last reached Antioch. During this melancholy retreat, Anatolius, the centurion of imperial cavalry, had formed a close friendship with the historian Ammianus Marcellinus. The two friends had decided to betake themselves to Italy, to a secluded villa of Baiae, whither Arsinoe had invited them, to rest from the fatigues of the campaign and to heal their wounds at the sulphur baths. On this journey they had made a halt of some days at Antioch, where great festivals were in preparation, in honour of Jovian's accession to the throne and of the return of the army. The peace concluded with King Sapor was dishonourable for the empire. 5 rich Roman provinces lying along the further banks of the Tigris, together with 15 frontier fortresses, including Singara, Castra Mororum, and the invincible Nisibis, all these passed into the hands of Sapor. Little did the Galileans care for the defeat of Rome. When the news of Julian's death arrived at Antioch, the timorous citizens believed at first that it was some new device of Satan, fresh toils in which to capture the righteous. But when the news was confirmed, their joy became delirious. In the early morning, the music of festival and the cries of the people reached the sleeping chamber of Anatolius. He had decided to pass all day indoors, the rejoicing of the populace being repugnant to him. He attempted to sleep again and failed. A strange curiosity woke in him. Without a word to Ammianus, he dressed quickly and went out into the street. It was a fresh and pleasant autumn morning. Great round clouds, in sharp contrast with the deep blue of the sky, sailed over the innumerable colonnades and mobile porticos of Antioch. In the forum and the markets everywhere ran the murmur of fountains and streams, and down the long dusty vistas of the bright streets flowed wide currents, artificially channeled waters, crossing each other in a perfect network of rills. Here and there pigeons were cooing and picking grains of barley. The scent of flowers and incense issued from the open doors of churches. Near the fountain basins, young girls were sprinkling their baskets of pale October roses with water, or singing joyful psalms, and garlanding the columns of the Christian basilicas. A noisy crowd was pouring through the streets. Chariots and litters were forging slowly down the middle of the pavements. At every moment rose cries of "Hail to Jovian Augustus, the great and happy." Some added the Conqueror, but with a certain diffidence, as if the word smacked of irony. The same urchin who had once caricatured Julian on the walls of the town was there now, clapping his hands, beating his drum, whistling, tumbling in the dusk, and shouting, although he had no notion of the meaning of the words, "The wild boar has perished, the devastator of the Garden of Eden." An old woman, bent double in her rags, came out like a black beetle into the sun, rejoicing with the rest. She was brandishing a stick and vociferating in a cracked voice, "Julian has perished! The evil doer has perished!" An infinite sadness filled the heart of Anatolius, but urged by curiosity he wandered on, and in following the Sengon, approached the cathedral. There he saw an official connected with a quaestorship, Marcus Awinius, coming out of the basilica, accompanied by 2 slaves, who elbowed a passage for him through the crowd. What is this? Wondered Anatolius. Why should this enemy of the Galileans be here? Crosses embroidered in gold adorned the violet chlamys of Arvinius, and were even sewn on his crimson leather shoes. Julius Mauricus, another friend of Anatolius, accosted Arvinius. How do you do, my reverend friend? He asked, after a surprised and mocking scrutiny of the dignitary's new costume. Julius was a free man, having an independent fortune, and for him the change of religion was a matter of indifference. He was by no means surprised at the transformation of his official friends, but took pleasure in putting teasing questions whenever he met them, assuming the air of a moralist who concealed indignation under the mask of irony. The people were hurrying to the entrance of the church, and upon the deserted steps outside, the friends were soon able to talk freely. Anatolius, ensconced behind a column, listened to the dialogue. Why didn't you stay to the end of the service? Asked Mauricus. Palpitations. I was half stifled. I'm not accustomed. And Arvinius added thoughtfully, the new preacher has an extraordinary style. His exaggerations act too violently on my nerves. A style like the scratching of iron on glass. Really, how touching, laughed Mauricus. Here's a man who has abjured conscience. But style? No. Perhaps I didn't understand him well, interrupted Arvinius. Don't disbelieve it. Mauricus, I am sincere. From a downy litter, the head of the chancery himself, Gargulus, got out groaning. I think I'm late, but that's of no great importance. I'll remain on the space outside. God and the Holy Ghost. Here's another miracle, laughed Mauricus. Text from the Bible, in the mouth of Gargulus. May God forgive you, my son, quoth that imperturbable quaestor. What are you now always racking your soul about? Oh, but up to now I haven't been able quite to get over it. There are so many conversions, so many transformations. I had always imagined that your opinions... Pure stupidity, my dear son. I have only one opinion, which is that the Galilean cooks are no worse than the Hellenist cooks. The Hellenists put me on a Lenten diet, which would make anybody ill. Come and dine, O philosopher, and I'll bring you over to my belief. You will lick your fingers after it. And after all, isn't it the same thing to eat a good dinner in honor of the god Hermes, and to eat it in honor of Saint Mercurius? All these things are prejudices. I don't see anything irritating in trifles like this. And he pointed to the little amber cross, which dangled amidst the perfume folds of the amethystine purple robe upon his enormous belly. Look, there's Hecabolis, the archpriest of the goddess Astarte Dindymene. The Hierophant has repented and is now in black Galilean vestments again. O Ovid, singer of metamorphoses, why art thou not here? Chanted Mauricus, pointing to an old man with a red face in a covered litter. What's he reading? It surely can't be the laws of the goddess of Pessinus. What divine humility! Fasting has thinned him. Look how he's sighing and throwing up his eyes. Do you know the story of his conversion? Asked Gargulus with a cheerful laugh. He went to find Jovian the emperor, and I suppose, as formerly with Julian, fell at his feet. Oh no, he invented something entirely new. There was a sudden public repentance. He prostrated himself at the door of a church, just as Jovian was coming out, and in the middle of the crowd Hecabolis shouted, "Trample on me, trample on me! I am Dead Sea fruit," and with tears kissed the feet of the passers-by. "Oh, that's new, and was it successful?" "By Jove, he had a private interview with the emperor. Oh, people like him have got 9 lives. Everything turns to gold in their fingers. When they slough the old skin, they get young again. Learn, my children." "And what did he manage to say to the emperor?" "How can I tell?" sighed Gargulus, not without a certain secret jealousy. "He may have said, perhaps, 'Cling to Christianity till not a pagan be left upon earth. The religion of the just is the basis of your throne.' Now his fortune is made, and far more securely than in the time of Julian. What exquisite sagacity! Oh, my benefactors, protect me. Snatch Cencumbrix, the humblest of your slaves, from the claws of the lions." "What's happened?" asked Gargulus of the consumptive shoemaker, who was being dragged off by 2 of the town police. "They're going to throw me in prison." "Why?" "For pillaging a church." "What you have—" "No, no, I was in the crowd, and I just cried out once or twice, 'Beat them!' That was under Augustus Julian. Then they said, 'Caesar desires that the Christian churches shall be destroyed.' But I didn't go into the church, I stayed outside. My shop is a wretched little place, but it's on a crowded square, and if anything happens, I am always lugged up as a witness. Oh, defend me, have pity on me." "Are you a Christian or a pagan?" asked Julius. "I don't know myself. Before Constantine's time I sacrificed to the gods. Then I was baptized. Then, under Constantius, I became an Arian. Afterwards I had to become a Hellenist. Now I want to be an Arian again. But it's all mixed up in my head. I obey orders, and I never can happen to profess the true religion at the right time. I have fought for Christ and also for the gods. But it's always either too soon or too late. One gets no rest. I have children. Protect me, benefactors." "Fear nothing, my friend. We will get you off. I remember you once made me a handsome pair of shoes." Anatolius, unperceived by his friends, now went into the church, desiring to hear Theodorite, the young and celebrated preacher. The sun was shining through clouds of incense, and one of the slanting rays fell on the red beard of the speaker in the pulpit. His frail hands were transparent as wax, his exultant eyes feverishly bright, and his thrilling voice thundered in an avenging cry. "I desire to write, as on a signpost of infamy for future generations, the history of Julian, the foul renegade. May all ages and peoples read my inscription and tremble before the justice of the Lord. Come hither, torturer, serpent of wisdom. Today we will scoff at thee. Together, my brothers, let us rejoice. Let us sound our timbrels and chant the chant of Miriam over the destruction of the Egyptians in the Red Sea. O Emperor, where are thy ceremonies, thy mysteries? Where now are thy invocations and thy divinations? Where are thy Persian and Babylonish glories? Where are the gods that accompanied thee, thy defenders, Julian? All have deceived thee, all have vanished." "Oh, my dear, what a beard he has," said an ancient rouge patrician lady, standing near Anatolius to her neighbour. "It's a sort of brown gold colour." "Yes, but how about his teeth?" answered the other. "What teeth? With a beard like that, teeth are nothing." "No, no, Veronica, don't say that. Can one compare him with brother Tiphanius? Theodorote continued. Julian bred evil in his soul, as wild beasts secrete venom. God waited till all his cruelty was manifest, to strike him. Don't miss the circus today, murmured another neighbour of Anatolius, into the ear of his companion. There are going to be she-bears from Britain. You don't say, real ones? Yes, one's called Mica Aurea, grain of gold, and the other Innocentia. They're fed on human flesh, and then there'll be the gladiators. Lord Jesus, we mustn't miss that. Let's not wait for the end. Let's run in order to get a seat in time. Meantime, Theodorete was praising Julian's predecessor for his Christian benevolence, pure life, and love of all his family. Anatolius felt choked by the crowd. He went out of the church, and once quit of the smell of incense and oil, drew a deep breath of fresh air under the blue sky. Outside the church portico, a loud conversation was going on undisturbed. A grave rumour was circulating in the crowd. The two she-bears were being led through the streets to the amphitheatre. Those who heard the news precipitately left the church before the end of the sermon, asking each other anxiously, "Are we still in time? Is Mica Aurea ill?" "No, it's Innocentia, who had a fit of indigestion today, but now she's going on quite well." Thank God, thank God. The church quickly emptied. Anatolius saw panting multitudes running in the direction of the circus from every street, from every alley, from every basilica. They crushed each other, trampled on women and children, hurled abuse, lost their sandals, but halted for nothing in the race. Every face wore a careworn expression, denoting that life depended on getting a seat in the amphitheatre. Two names full of sanguinary promise passed from lip to lip. Mica Aurea, Innocentia. Anatolius followed the crowd into the amphitheatre. According to the Roman custom, a vast awning, the velarium, sprinkled with perfume, protected the people against the rays of the sun and spread a pleasant coolness. Thousands of heads already swarmed around the circus. Before the opening of the games, the highest dignitaries in Antioch carried the bronze statue of Jovian into the imperial box, so that the people could enjoy a sight of the new sovereign. In his right hand, Augustus was holding a globe surmounted by a cross. The sun lighted up the placid bronze countenance of the emperor. The officials kissed the feet of the statue, and the populace yelled with joy, "Hail to the saviour of the country, Augustus Jovian!" Multitudes of hands waved coloured girdles and linen kerchiefs. The crowd acclaimed in Jovian its symbol, its soul, its image regnant over the world. In its scorn of the dead emperor, the mob next addressed itself to Julian, as if he were there, still alive in the amphitheatre, and could hear them. "Well, philosopher, the wisdom of Plato and Chrysippus wasn't much good to you. Jupiter and Phoebus didn't protect you. Now you are in the claws of the devils. Ah, you godless idolater, Christ has conquered. We, the humble of the world, have conquered." All were convinced that Julian had been slain by a Christian, and returned thanks to God for the blow. But the furious enthusiasm of the crowd reached its highest pitch when they saw the gladiator prostrate in the claws of Mica Aurea. Their eyes started out of their heads to glut themselves with the sight of blood. And to the roaring of the wild beast, the people responded by a roar wilder still. Glory to the most pious emperor! Jovian! Christ has conquered! Anatolius felt overcome with disgust at the sweltering breath and odour of the human horde. Closing his eyes, attempting not to draw breath, he ran out into the street, returned to his lodging, closed door and shutters, and flung himself on the bed until nightfall. But it was impossible to escape the populace. Hardly had twilight descended when the whole of Antioch was illumined by thousands of lights. At the angles of basilicas and imperial edifices, huge torches were aflare and cressets flaming in every street. Through the cracks in the shutters of the sleeping room of Anatolius came in the glow of bonfires and the stink of pitch and tallow. Songs of drunken legionaries were bellowed from neighbouring taverns amidst the shrill laughter of prostitutes. Dominating all rose the praises of Jovian and curses on Julian the renegade. Anatolius, with a bitter smile, raised his arms skyward, crying, "In truth, thou hast conquered, Galilean." End of section 42. Section 43 of The Death of the Gods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky, translated by Herbert Trench, Part 2, 21. It was on board a great merchant galley with 3 banks of oars, laden with soft Asian carpets and amphorae of olive oil, on the voyage between Seleucia, the port of Antioch, and Italy. Sailing and rowing amongst the islands of the archipelago, the vessel was now making for Crete, where she was to take on board a cargo of wool, and disembark some ecclesiastics, bound for a Cretan monastery. Old men seated on the foredeck were passing the days in pious gossip, prayer, or in their monkish avocation of weaving baskets from slips of palm leaf. In the stern, under a light violet awning, other passengers were installed, with whom the monks, considering them pagans, were anxious to have nothing to do. These were Anatolius, Ammianus Marcellinus, and Arsinoe. The evening was calm. The rowers, slaves from Alexandria, heaved and lowered their long oars to the beat of an ancient chant. The sun was sinking amid ruddy clouds. Anatolius was gazing at the waves, thinking over the poet's phrase, "the many-laughted sea." After the hustling, the heat and dust of the streets of Antioch, after the smoke of torches and the fiery breath of the rabble, he was lulling his mind with the thought, "Thou of the many laughters, take me and cleanse my soul." Isles of Calypso, Amorgus, Astypalia, Thera arose like visions, now lifting themselves from the sea, now melting away, as if all round the vessel the Oceanides were still leading their eternal dance. In those waters Anatolius felt himself far back in the days of the Odyssey. His companions did not disturb his meditations, for each was absorbed in work. Ammianus Marcellinus was putting in order his memoirs of the Persian campaign and the life of the Emperor Julian. And in the evenings he used to read the remarkable work of the Christian master, Clement of Alexandria, entitled Stromata, the patchwork quilt. Arsinoe was making models in wax for a large marble statue. It was the figure of some Olympian deity, the face of which wore an expression of superhuman sadness. Anatolius wished, but hesitated, to ask her whether it represented Dionysus or Christ. The artist had long ago abandoned the robes of a nun. Pious folk had turned from her with horror, and called her the recreant, but her name and the recollection of generous gifts formerly made to Christian monasteries safeguarded her from persecution. Of her great fortune but a small portion remained, just enough to secure independence. And on the shores of the Gulf of Naples, not far from Baiae, she still owned a small estate, and the same villa in which Myrrha had passed her last days. Thither Arsinoe, Anatolius, and Marcellinus had agreed to retire after the stormy troubles of recent years, to pass their lives in peace as servants of the Muses. The former nun now wore the same robes as before her consecration. The noble and simple lines of the peplum restored her resemblance to some ancient Athenian vestal. But the stuff was sober in colour, and her splendid hair thickly veiled. A wisdom almost austere lay in those deep, unsmiling eyes. Only the white arms of the artist, bare to the shoulder, relieved the sombre hues of her robe. She toiled impatiently, almost feverishly, moulding the soft wax, and her pale hands impressed Anatolius with a sense of extraordinary power. That evening the galley was coasting an islet of which none knew the name. Far off it looked like an arid rock. In order to avoid dangerous reefs, the trireme had to pass close in to shore. Under the steep cliff, the sea water lay so clear that sand and weed at the bottom could be clearly distinguished. Beyond the grim rocks could be seen green pastures and sheep feeding round a plane tree. Anatolius saw, seated at the foot of the tree, a lad and a young girl, probably children of poor shepherds. Behind them, among cypresses, was a small rough figure of Pan playing the flute. Anatolius turned towards Arsinoe to point out this remote and peaceful nook of a lost Hellas, but the words died on his lips. Wholly rapt, and with a look of strange gaiety, the artist was intent on her creation, the waxen statuette, with its face of haunting sadness and proud Olympian attitude. Anatolius felt her mood like a rebuff. He asked Arsinoe in a harsh, unsteady voice, pointing at the model, "Why are you making that? What does the thing stand for?" Slowly and with effort, she raised her eyes to his, and he mused. "The Sibyls must have eyes like those," and then aloud, "Arsinoe, do you think that this work of yours will be understood?" "What matters it, friend?" she answered, smiling gravely. Then she added in a lower tone, as if communing with herself, "He will stretch out his hands toward the world. He must be inexorable and terrible as Mithra Dionysus in all his strength and beauty, yet merciful and humble." "What do you mean? Is not that an impossible contradiction?" "Who knows? For us, yes, but for the future." The sun was descending lower. Above him on the horizon westward, a storm cloud was impending, and the last rays illumined the island with a soft, almost melancholy glow. The shepherd lad and his companion approached Pan's altar to make their evening sacrifice. "Is it your belief, Arsinoe," continued Anatolius, "is it your faith that unknown brothers of ours shall pick up the threads of our existence, and following the clue, go immeasurably farther than we. Do you believe that all shall not perish in the barbaric gloom which is sinking on Rome and Hellas? Ah, if that were so, if one could trust the future. Yes, exclaimed Arsinoe, a prophetic gloom in her sombre eyes. The future is in us, in our madness and our anguish. Julian was right. Content without glory, in silence, strangers to all and solitary among men. We must work out our work to the end. We must hide and cherish the last, the utmost spark amongst the ashes of the altar, that tribes and nations of the future may kindle from it new torches. Where we finish, they shall begin. Let Hellas die. Men shall dig up her relics, unearth her divine fragments of marble, yea, over them shall weep and pray. From our tombs shall the yellowed leaves of the books we love be unsealed, and the ancient stories of Homer, the wisdom of Plato, shall be spelt out slowly anew, as by little children, and with Hellas you and I shall live again. And with us revives the curse on us, exclaimed Anatolius. The struggle between Olympus and Golgotha will begin over again. Why? And when shall that struggle end? Answer, Sibyl, if thou canst. Arsinoe was silent, and her eyes fell. Then she glanced at Ammianus and pointed to him. There is one who will answer you better than I. Like ours, his heart is shared between Christ and Olympus, and yet he keeps the lucidity of his soul. Ammianus Marcellinus, putting aside the manuscript by Clement, had been quietly listening to the discussion. In truth, said the Epicurean, addressing him, we have now been friends for more than 4 months, and yet I do not know whether you are a Christian or a Hellenist. Nor I myself, answered the young Ammianus, frankly, with a blush. What? No torture of doubts, no suffering from the antagonism between the Greek and the Christian doctrine? No, my friend. I think that the two teachings in many points agree. But how, from what point of view, do you intend to write your account of the Roman Empire? One of the two scales of the balance must sink, and the other rise. Not consciously, I hope, answered the historian. My aim is to be just to both. Julian the Emperor I love, but even for him I shall be impartial. No one shall know which side I join, any better than I know myself. Anatolius had already proved the bravery, the chivalrous friendship of Ammianus, and now he was daily discovering in him other qualities no less rare. You are born to be a historian, Ammianus, to be the judge of our passionate age, and to bring its warring philosophies in some sort to a reconciliation. I shall not be the first to do that, answered Ammianus. He rose to his feet and pointing with enthusiasm to the parchment rolls of the great Christian master. All you suggest is already written here, and with far ampler powers than mine. This is the patchwork of Clement of Alexandria, in which he proves that the greatness of Rome and the philosophy of Hellas paved the way for the teaching of Christ, and by maxims and numberless forecasts made the first declared steps towards the earthly kingdom of God. Plato is the forerunner of Jesus the Nazarene. The last word, spoken with perfect simplicity, profoundly impressed Anatolius. He seemed to remember the whole scene as from some previous existence. The island flushed by that setting sun, the smell of tar on board the galley, and the words of Ammianus. The vista of a new world was momentarily opened to his mind. Meanwhile, the trireme was heading round the cape. The little wood of cypress had almost disappeared behind the cliffs. Anatolius threw a last look at the lad and girl before the altar of Pan. The girl was pouring out the evening offering of goat's milk and honey, the boy beginning to play on his reed pipe. The thin blue smoke of sacrifice could be seen rising above the wood after the human figures had vanished, and while the trireme made for open sea. From the forepart of the ship there came upon the silence a solemn music. The old monks were chanting in unison their evening prayer. But over the still water came faint and clear notes of another melody. It was the little shepherd piping his nocturnal hymn to Pan, the old god of gaiety, of freedom and love. Anatolius felt a thrill of wonder and surmise. "Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven," the monks chanted. The silvery notes of the shepherd's flute, floating high in the sky, mingled with the words of the Christians. The last beams faded from that happy islet, leaving it dull and hueless in the midst of the sea. Both hymns ceased. The wind blew sharply in the rigging and whipped up grey and white waves. The straining galley timbers creaked and groaned. Shadows approached from the southward, and the sea grew swiftly dark. Huge clouds massed overhead, and from beyond the horizon came the first long intermittent roll of thunder. Night and tempest, hand in hand, were striding on apace. End of section 43. End of The Death of the Gods by Dmitry Merezhkovsky, translated by Herbert Trench.